I'm gonna kick your ass, bitch. Well, maybe not, but, yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm XeFF. And we're live. I skipped last week, didn't I? Or was it the week before? I've got no sense of time, like, at all. So, yeah, good luck with that shit. Seriously, I've got no sense of time. I don't know how long it's been, or where we are, or what's going on, but things should be settling down a bit now with any luck. Should be. They should. Doesn't mean they are. Well, we're going to continue with... I did title this right, didn't I? Did I? Ah, yes, I did. No, it's Anarchy Village. Fuck. Yeah, XeFF proves he's an idiot again. Hold on a second. Anarchy Village. Fucking... Where's Orbital Oblivion in this thing? Fucking hell. Yeah, don't leave XeFF in charge. Fuck. Yeah, how's it looking? You know, I nearly cancelled today because I've got a sty. I just got rid of it and it came back. What do you take me for, a fucking YouTuber? You think I'm going to stop just because I got a sty? No way. It's got to be something pretty major. On the downside, we've switched to the Pentium II, so I'm gonna have to install this again. But that's no problem. We'll do that on stream, and we'll see if anything untoward happens, because nobody's ever here at the start anyway. So, yeah. No, that's not you, stupid thing. There we go. We'll see if anything untoward happens when you do this on this machine. You know, it might do. This is like a completely new Duke 3D install that we're using here. Which actually, on that note, what I should do is copy my CFG, and then I don't have to set it up again, because it won't be right on there. There we go. Right, fine, whatever. As I say, we're installing, but I hope everyone's doing okay. The electrical inspection has passed. I'm sure they will use it as a pretext for more unnecessary visits, and I'm sure they'll be very angry, because you might notice there's this empty space here now that used to be a gas fire, and now I just have a hole in my wall where the gas fire was, because I decided I was sick of it being in my way, and I removed it from the wall. Like, I did it properly, and I still have it, and if I move out, I'll put it back. But, yeah, I don't have gas, so there's not really any point in there being a gas fire there, is there? I mean, in theory, if somebody turned the gas on, could the thing that, I did, could that be leaky? It's plausible. Not very likely, but I mean, given we've got broken gas pipes all over the building, and that's one of the reasons it doesn't have a gas supply in it, I think that'd be the least of your worries when there's like a half-inch open gas pipe that sticks out of a wall in a kitchen, and if you connected the gas supply, that would just straight out of there, and it appears before that. You see, not to get distracted, let me get the installer going, and then we'll... You fool, this is a US keyboard. What was the scan code for that? Here's the thing. Can we mark and copy? I don't trust that. Can you do it with a keyboard? Yes, you can. Ah, yes. There we go. This is how we do things. Now, well, you know what would be nice is if... Hold on a second. You see, this is... Calm down. Calm down. You know people who say calm down when you get angry? I think I was talking about this like in a reply to one of Nordic Warriors videos. People who do the calm down thing when you're getting mad, I'm quite certain they're just trying to piss you off more. I'm quite confident that they are just trying to piss you off more. And that's just, yeah, they want to be in control and they want to smirk at you. Detected atomic wrong attributes. Wrong attribute. No, it isn't. Why doesn't it like my installation? It's not the only thing that does that. Do the fucking, like, is the UK distribution of Duke 3D different to the US one? Or is my copy from the... I think my copy of Atomic's from the US. I'm quite sure that's an import. I'd have to look. Yeah, I can look from here. It won't be because of the publisher on it. So no, that'll be a domestic thing. The installation process. What are we doing? Any other key? Okay, use return. It doesn't matter if it buggers up this install, does it? Hello, Nuclear. Let's catch a stream as it starts for once. Yeah, I just wish I wasn't like 2 hours behind for once, but it always happens. Howdy, Nordic Warrior. Fully functional evaluation, copy mode. Oh, this is installer that he hijacked. Press any key to continue. Added patch file. I can't remember how this installer worked. I know it was slow when we ran it on the K5. Let's see if it's slow on a Pentium II. I'll be honest, I can't be bothered to wire the K5 up. This is the only reason we've moved to the Pentium II. And I was running late enough that I'm like, well, shit, I'll just install it on the stream because, you know, the first few minutes is never anyone here anyway, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, the gas, well, that's going on. You see, this they must have wasted miles of copper pipe because the gas, if it was connected, would come in the corner there where my air conditioner is. And what it does is it comes in the ceiling and it travels around this frame here, out this way, then back in, through to the kitchen, which is that way, across the kitchen, down a support pillar, a lot like this fake chimney, and then back on itself to this corner of the kitchen again. Like it goes to the far end of the kitchen, down the wall, back to the wall that is through here, then comes up like through the floor, goes back towards the back of the house again and comes up for the gas cooker. Then it goes through the support pillar that it comes down, goes up the other side of it, back into the upstairs floor. Back in the upstairs floor, comes in that side of the room, through that side of the ceiling, makes a turn to above that door there, and goes to where that boiler would be if the, like, you know, they've put a fucking boiler in a fucking closet, which is stupid because there's no gas on the property. It's not connected anyway, the pipe's just open. There's like 2 foot that they just never put in. But from there, it splits off, and it comes back across this room, back that way, down the other side of that wall, under the floor, through the wall underneath, across like right in the centre of this floor, and then comes across this way to come about the floor down there to where the gas fire was. So there's probably about 10 miles of copper pipe that they've wasted to do that shit. So it's unbelievable. It's like, really? Like, for what reason? Why would you do that? And, you know, I laugh at it, but it pisses me off, because it's like my taxes would have paid for that copper pipe, and it's expensive copper pipe. Right, well, anyways, that is installed. The installer's nowhere near as slow on a Pentium II. Single player, yes. Obviously, I am confident I don't have a gas leak. Regular, because we're already on episode 3. This is where I refuse to pay attention. I do everything I can to dodge them. I don't like being robbed. I wonder how the volume will be this time, because it's never right. When I go back to do the bookmarks, it's always shit. I like it to just be teasing into the yellow like that. I think is probably about right. Hey, the demo's different. Well, I mean, it's like, how does it... His demo's still rubbish? Oh, I don't know, whatever. With his demo... Yeah, we did all but Oblivion last time. Well, it's Anarchy Village this time. Let me just deal with something here. Right. Turn this monitor off. Are we on the right one? We should be. I recently worked 70 plus hours in 1 week and the government took about a fifth of... Yeah, it's like, how does that work? It's like, you know, oh shit, I did a thing. Like, oh well, you did this thing, let us just, like, you know, take some of the credit for that. Like... Oh, it's got some classy music, I'll give it that. Sounds like people are about to start pulling their pants down or something, man. You have to spend a quarter and a third of your time at work for the government. Yeah, basically. The thing is, what people do for a living, slowly but surely, this sounds awful, but over time I feel less and less work, less and less guilt about not working, right? Because it's like, I basically do work. Because nowadays, you know, all these organisations that my taxes pay for, I have to do all the admin work for them. It's like, can you remember years ago, like, if you had like a prescription, oh no, don't start me weaponless, man. I thought we got over this like an episode back. Granted, it did dump me in the water, maybe it wants me to skip by. It kind of looks that way, because there's nothing down here. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not mad at that yet. Okay, but where's the crack? As in that I can blow up is what that implies there would be one. And if I waste it, because there's probably more misters out there, man. But yeah, you know, years ago, if you had a prescription, you know, they would just. It's a repeat. Okay, then it repeats indefinitely or for as long as it lasts. Now you have to phone them up. You have to phone the GP. I want to order my repeat prescription. The prescription line is now closed. I'll call you General Enquiries line. And I like how they've got rid of option 5 for general enquiries. It's like, oh no, for any general enquiries, please stay on the line. And that greeting message is 2.5 minutes long. And your position in the queue advances one space like every 15 minutes to an hour. And so as well, are people really on the phone for that long with them? Because I never am. Oh yeah, we'll send that to the pharmacy. Doesn't end there, because I gotta phone the pharmacy to inform them and request that they ready the prescription, whatever that means. And then they give you the wrong thing anyway. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm doing everybody's administrative work for them. This is taking up like 8 hours of my fucking day. And I spend so much time doing this, I'm actually getting paid probably less than somebody who does this for a living. So do I really feel bad about it? Not anymore. Like, slowly but surely that is eroding my sense of guilt. So it's like, well, wait a minute, I'm paying for these people as it is, and then I'm just doing their job for them, so is it really bad? You know, if I'm just leeching off the taxpayer, i.e. them, when they're not doing their job and expecting me to do it for them? Oh, no, I'm not the moral arbiter of things, but there's a thought. Why is this so dark? You know, this isn't necessarily wanky shading. I mean, this is an outdoor area. I think the atmosphere would probably diffuse things, and I kind of wonder with it being dark, if this is an artificial light source, it wouldn't look like that, but we'll give it the benefit of the doubt that maybe it's meant to be sunny out, and it's just we can only see the clouds. catch up what's been written. Don't begrudge anyone for not working. I refused to work about 5 years. Could do so again, I would, but been in workforce too long. 2016, 2021, yeah. Been living through non-profit charts since 2014. Zero tax, no possibility of being drafted in case war breaks out. Yeah, they keep mentioning that. They won't have a good time if they try dragging me off, I can tell you. If you use business credit cards, Steve said, I can't get a credit card. That's why I have no cell service. Met boomers who fraudulently live on disability benefit. Oh yeah. Boomers, I've said before, were fantastic. They were just bullies along. How they do everything to crush you getting anywhere in life and then blame you. So this is... You created this situation, you went out of your way to create it. Boomers in their ridiculous cars that are always brand new. Yeah, what is it with boomers and like, you know, they always have like, boomer women especially, it's like their fucking cars all look the same. They have this style they go for where it's some fairly short, squat sort of car, but it always has big wheels on it, but a little puny engine. It's you see them and you're like, that's going to be a boomer driving it, and it is every time. He just took my hammers. Thanks to boomers, you need 2 references from previous jobs to get your first job. Oh yeah, yeah, that happened to a lot of people I knew. But not that many of them. Most people I knew, like, you know, going through the education system, were just using colleges, like, you know, and school as a daycare service, and as soon as the position cleared, they were just put into manage building sites and shit like that they knew nothing about. So, and they never spoke to me again, because I wasn't on the same level as them. Don't associate with me, peasant kind of mentalities. Okay. But, you know, I didn't just bank on, like, my fucking parents, like, putting me in a position I don't deserve. I mean, I have basically just give up at this point on, like, everything. Stupid question. Is this a user map? It is. It's out of a add-on that's like 7 episodes long by Fernando Marquez, which I'm probably saying wrong. He's a Chilean. I don't speak. Is it Spanish or Portuguese that they speak? Right. Hazard a guess at Spanish. I'm going to save the game. Save as one. The only way to stay overseas more than 30 days in SI if you take an educational course that doesn't exist in the United States. There's a legal way to do it. Sure, there's a way to legally engineer your way into that scenario. As SSI's $7.50 a month is enough to live in a country like the Philippines or maybe Japan. Maybe.
Christmas.
I'd be hesitant to move somewhere else because the bullshit will probably just spread. It always does. Yeah, I'll pass car in. Like I say, I'm at the point where I just 100% give up. I don't care. There's no point. No. 6. Been a bit stingy on ammo around here.
What a mess.
Nowhere near as bad as that first episode got. It seems to give us it back pretty quick. Yeah, you see the stars. This is age-old problem with mapping for Duke 3D, or really any of the build games, and probably a bunch of other game engines, is this with the texture alignment. And you can fix that, obviously, with texture panning, but it's time-consuming. And I have a way around this that I'm surprised I've not seen more people do, which is to make the stars like child sectors, like that just go up the middle, make them not the full width. And so they're like a child sector within the star shaft, as it were. And then you just drag the points as close to this wall as you can, just leave a 1 unit gap. And so then this is just a single wall, and you only have to align one texture. And the actual sectors used is the same, because obviously it's just this bottom step, just that that sector now extends the length of the entire staircase. And you can still do the ceiling heights as well, because they're obviously the step sectors. So it doesn't use more sectors, it uses the same amount of sectors, but it's like, in this case, what, about 1/7 of the effort you have to put in? Don't know why nobody else does it. You can do the same with Z-doors, like ceiling doors. People go on about how the frame will pan up and down, so depending on the texture orientation, it will follow the top or the bottom. Just make it an island sector and pull the points right to the edge. Downside to doing that is the performance is worse, because one nice thing about the Z-doors is that they, from a rendering standpoint, act like a white wall when they're shut, whereas that little gap means it will try to draw around the door and it makes the rendering a bit slower. It shouldn't be a problem on this Pentium II. Just as well I asked. This is what I kind of get after getting internet back on my end after a mouse chewed into my internet's fibre optic cable or whatever and killed it last Friday. Then getting said cable replaced Tuesday this week. Sounds like a fun time. I actually had an internet outage for a couple hours a week or so ago. It's the first time in years it's happened. It didn't last very long. But I can't really get mad, because it rarely happens, and it used to be a frequent occurrence. Like, I don't want to jinx it, but my ISP used to be absolutely terrible. I wasted my pipe bomb. Oh, damn it. Drones. Nobody likes drones. Yeah, there'll be plenty of rats could chew through the cable for me, because it goes through the sewer. To save money, and I think it was a smart thing to do. My ISP, oh, here we go with the wank shading. We've got to have the wank shading. Look, artificial light sources don't work this way. Like, go and read up about umbras and penumbras with shadows, and you'll find that this really isn't realistic. And I don't mind people doing this style of shading if they want to stylize it like this, but this isn't what it would look like from an artificial light source. It would diffuse. You would have an umbra and a penumbra. You might have several. Sort of implies this room used to be a different shape. Oh, that's slow, like as if these were as well. And then he realised his wank lighting stopped him doing it, or that it would take too long to get things to line up. People struggle with slopes, they're not actually that hard to do once you figure them out. But yeah, to save money, because all the ducting was fucked and telegraph poles were fucked, they just ran the cables into the sewers instead. So you go down the sewer and there's just fibre optic cables lining the walls. So if you call up the ISP, it also gives the ISP a cop-out, because you call them up and go, hey, my internet's shit. And they're like, yeah, it quite literally is. It's in a sewer, what do you expect? You paid for the service, you know, you knew what you were getting. Well, damn, they've got me there. You know, if I didn't hate the map, I would have played Community Build Project 8, Metropolitan Starlight. Because I was one of the mappers that worked on that shit show, and I can't stand the fucking thing. But if you ever play that map, I think it requires the commercial port, that fucking Void Point Crayola clown one. If you ever play that, then you will find somewhere in there, if you look around, you'll find shits all over the place, feces sprites, just tucked away in corners and that. And I put those there. Because somebody broke my section of the map, and they wouldn't earn up to it. And so that was my response, because my section was a sewer. And I was like, well, you break the sewers and you get shit. You know, all the toilets would overflow and the drains, and there'd just be tards everywhere. So, as nobody's going to earn up to it, I'm going to go and shit on everybody else's section of the map. And, well, they'll just, well, speaking of which, and then maybe they'll earn up to it. Maybe they'll find, you know, the tard sprites dotted around. This seems like a prime area to get your ass grabbed while you stood there. I like it. The guy who did it did earn up to it eventually, and we're on good enough terms, but this is weird. What, is this for voyeurs to hang out? This is like the voyeur platform. Where there's like gonna hide up here with his crappy bloody DV camcorder, you know. Film the guys taking a dump. Can I get that from up here? Oh, not quite. It did catch it though, because it stopped me walking for a second. That's weird. Yeah, the list troops, parvarts, they always hang out in the women's room. That's not right. We should remove them. I mean, the cops were coming in to deal with it. I shouldn't have shot him. I should have let him escort the list troop out. But yeah, as a result of that, my time on that project was spent trying to fix what they'd busted, and I ended up just writing it off and being, you know what, I don't care. You know, yeah, I can get cornered in that men's room. But for certain, it's like, you know, it's one of them where there's different classes of people, isn't there? You know, they say, like, which urinal you go to says a lot about your personality, and it probably does. Like, some people go to the nearest one, some people go to the farthest one. We're assuming none of them are in use at the time, because that certainly changes it. Some people go to the middle one. Well, this hasn't been too stingy on ammunition or anything as yet, so maybe we'll carry on that upward trajectory. I'm struggling with my words today. Only thing is, I don't know where I'm supposed to go now. Like, we came from back here, and I don't think there was anything else to play with over there. I don't know, back outside I guess, but I'm sure this is... Yeah, we've been in this area. Durango Club. I am the Rangder of Arg. Walk around in the wank shading, but find nothing. It didn't take us long to get lost. Oh, right, there we go. Okay, that's not bad progression at all. It's a bit far away, but it steered us well enough. We found it on the fast attempt. But what I have just remembered is I didn't actually finish episode 2. I had like one level to go, didn't I? I might have to go back and do that. I might do it when I finish this level. That looks very suspect. Very basic geometry, long corridor. Sort of makes you think it's going to do something. No? Okay. That was like... looked like it was just asking to explode. This mapper is weird. What? Well, where's that light source coming from? Did we just put wank shading in there because we felt like it? Seems like the kind of place a Battlelord... This room does. This room reeks of Battlelord. That just reeks of an explosion, because it's really basic geometry and it's long, so I was expecting like someone to blow up. This feels like a blow drip, but this is what I mean with people who do wank shit. And then again, it's like that other room where I'm like, has he changed the ceiling? And he must have changed the ceiling. That's like an entire sector being used to do that. And this is DOS, so there's only a max of 1,024 sectors, and you're worsting 2 of them. You're worsting 1/512th of all the possible sectors just on the back of this room there. Oh, why people do it? Oh no, that is a door. I thought that was decorative. I'm still liking the music, you know, the music, this is, I'm gonna find out what this MIDI is. It's kind of classic. Sounds like it's out of a Larry game or something. It's not out of a Larry game. I think I would know it if it was. There's that same sort of vibe about it. What did we come in here for? Is there anything else in this build? Ah. Gated. Well, I wasn't totally wrong about the explosion, I guess. People just can't help themselves, man. They're fucking wank shading. Actually, where's that light source? Oh, there is a light source for that. Okay, that one makes sense. I'm turning into a map reviewer. I'm looking at fucking ceilings. You read map reviews and it's always the ceilings were undetailed. It's well, I don't know if you've ever actually looked at ceilings, but they typically are because people don't really go up there. I'd love to see the inside of these people's houses, like they just put all their stuff on the ceiling. Oh yes, I'll just put all the dinner plates up there. Well, looks like there's plenty of map left. My eyesight isn't good, man. This sty. It screws up your vision more than you would think it would. It's alright, I'll get rid of it again, and it'll come back again. Because it's just one of those yards. I should have left those, because I've always found that kind of odd. And actually, I'll be honest, that's a quirk I don't understand. You see how it's pink there? Well, that's not technically wrong. You notice it's where the transparent shadow is, and well, that pink is like the last index in the palette, and that's what colour you make something that you want to be see-through. Like the eggs here, well, obviously the tile for them is going to be square, and surrounding them is just that pink colour, and when the game is running, that colour doesn't exist, like, essentially. And it actually doesn't. When the game starts up, it writes zeros over that palette index. So then, why when you put a translucent texture over the top of that, does it display that pink colour? Because it actually shouldn't. It should just display nothing, in theory, which I mean, black would be... So, I don't know, I mean, it obviously translucency lookup table, but how's it looking up an index that doesn't exist?
Christmas.
Unless it's looking up the second stage of Fulbright Magenta, but... hello, Nintendo. I'll have to have a look, I'll have to... The translucency lookups are really hard to read, though. I mean, the format's simple, but... It doesn't seem to get any darker, does it? If I had pipe bombs, I could leave one on there, and I could, on this one, and I could run backwards. And... oh, this is gonna hurt, isn't it? Let me out. I'm not entirely trusting of this map author. They've done dodgy things before. I mean, this music's a different kind of dodgy. I still think it sounds like people are about to start pulling their pants down or something any minute. I might be able to test this. I don't know though, because I don't think laser line is translucent at all. Let's find out. No, it's not. I must be misremembering. Maybe that's something I did to the girl. Don't know. Oh well. No. Oh, a lot of good that's going to do that. Well, maybe it will. It's just not the same without dodgy water effects going on. Well, I can hear water somewhere in the map. He's gone back to being an advocate of the chain gun, it seems. Disappointing. He'd started to supply shotgun more in the previous episode, and that's more my kind of thing. I don't want that, it'd probably just let more misters in. His view screens have not improved. I was half expecting that to be the heart rail texture. They've not improved, because it was another problem this map had earlier on, was how these just overload you. Okay, so do I need to go back there now? Is that what it's asking of me? So it just has this long string of cameras, and it's, well, what location do I need to be at? Typically you would have smaller groups of cameras, or just a special one-off camera as an indicator. I mean, that's what that switch does, kind of thing, you know, the guy's monitoring the situation. It wouldn't necessarily make much sense in real life, but it makes sense from a gameplay perspective, and again, in that case, it doesn't steer the player too hard, so it lets them feel just enough like they've set it up themselves. Every time I see this game, I remember just how good it is. Oh yeah, this game's, like, easily one of my favourites, for sure. Has stood the test of time, but people do like making questionable things for it. I'm hopeful for this though, I really am. Like, you know, I yelled at the second episode of this add-on, and I don't take back my yelling at it. I do think it went on too long, and I think it had some really questionable design decisions in it. And the first episode of it was a bag of shite, quite frankly. But the rest of it, you know, may be good. The improvement between episode 1 and 2 of this add-on was quite sizable, it was quite noticeable. And so if it carries on at the rate it was going, this could actually turn out to be pretty good. Man, this is cramped. Imagine walking in here. Wheel your charger slightly. Screw you, drone. How strange. Ha! Ha ha! I could have probably glitched through that right through the start of the level. I could have probably bugged a pipe bomb through the wall. I can hear crappy lasers. I don't care about them, I just want my health. Let me out before I get shot. Somebody's... Don't know, but I definitely heard crappy lasers. Anarchy Village Seeker 3D is going to be annoyed, he's going to be furious. They're ripping off Anarchy City. It doesn't look similar to that level, so... Well, that was a series of levels. So I think it's just coincidentally a similar name. Ah, the stupid drones. Oh, in the right arm. The thing is, we now know from my prattling about with the facts that things don't travel one-to-one above and below the water, do they? Their position does get skewed a bit. I mean, we knew anyway, but we actually got to see it in action. Well, like how the engine feels Well, obviously I like this game engine, given the amount of bloody things I've tried to get it to do the last few years. Have been mapping again, but it's nothing special. I've been doing a practice map, so I'm hoping to get back to work on NI2 soon. Maybe finish it before the decade is out. Let's remember that slide, but let's not use ours yet. Maybe we can pistol some shit for a while. Okay. I was half expecting there'd be like a latent explosion as I went through. No, just drones. Is my left right the wrong way around?
Come get some.
Could be. Not impossible. Oh, I can see myself. Tile from texture. Criminally underused function. Yeah, left and right are backwards. I'll fix that. I had a feeling when I hooked it up. Nobody can make their mind up with this shit. But there's one thing I've noticed. Japanese devices tend to have it the other way around. Like on the SNES, right? I have a Japanese AV cable and I have a European AV cable. And they're both the same. They have the Nintendo AV plug on one end and the RCA's on the other end. The yellow, white and red. White and red's a bit weird to me because I always thought it was black and red that you should use, but whatever. The Japanese one is the left and right are swapped, and that actually matches the Japanese console I have. And I've never seen that documented anywhere that that's a thing, but apparently it is. Either that or just by pure chance I happen to have two things that share the same defect, but I don't find that likely. So we're going back under the water, are we, is what it looks like. Well, the explosion will go through there. I mean, he could probably get through it. Mask wall collision is not the most robust thing in this. Yeah, not really sure where I'm supposed to be going now. Oh, save that. We might need that later on. I mean, I could get over there, in theory. But back at the start, was there any alternate paths we didn't explore? Oh no, I'm not finding much luck on this one. Oh no. Yeah, I don't think we missed anything. Just drones, apparently. I'm guessing he's discovered those in the tile set, now he likes using them. Drones already fucking been here. Yeah, you see, what was I saying about the collision not being the most robust thing in the land? Well, there was your proof. Oh, nice, yeah. Well, I don't know, back under the water, I guess. Maybe it's down there we need to be. The navigation hasn't really improved since the previous map. Trying now. What the bloody hell's this? Oh, okay. The place I just said we could try in. Get lost, drones. Nobody likes you. You smell. Stupid robots. You know, arguably the drones are like one of the most fitting enemies in the game. Like, historically, Nukem fought robots and not aliens. So there's an argument for the drones. You see, I don't have a thing to nudge myself against to do it, to get out of there. Ow. Ow. Well, that's where we just came from, up here. But I can go and get that med kit. How long this corridor is just for a med kit. It really is a strange one, this map. Because it's like, I know he's capable of doing good things, but so often he doesn't do good things. He just does the, what the heck is he trying to do type things. And most of the time I haven't got a clue what he's attempting to do. Yeah, store your gas bottles though, why not? It seems sensible. I guess the water sector's over there somewhere. Good luck on the mini-map, I guess. Octors, I ain't interested in your noises on. Back here, apparently. Oh no. Well, that works. I'm sure we've been in here, apparently not. I suppose I should actually finish episode 2 before we progress with this though, because I didn't, did I? Last time I quit one level early. So let's go and do it. Let's go and do it and then we'll resume this. Where was it? That was the one. Obviously I don't have my saves, we were on a different PC when I was in episode 2. Yeah, if you weren't here at that point, I noticed like shortly after I started playing episode 3 that while we last streamed this, I had this one level left of episode 2 here that I didn't finish when we streamed this previously. So we'll do it now, because it should only be the one level. I don't need to worry about that, they're only slimers. And we get to see if it's pistol startable. You know, that tells you very quickly if somebody was actually testing their stuff. Like if you can't beat the level from starting with only a pistol, then it tells you that they didn't really do much in the way of testing. It's difficult to do, like, in an episode, because you end up, like, getting the balance right is a little bit touchy as a result of it. Because if you make all the maps pistol startable, then the player ends up just totally loaded with ammunition by the time they get to the end. But I don't think that's bad. Like, I really don't think that's a bad thing, because the player feels like they've earned it. And they play harder, because they've got more to lose. Whereas if you always keep them stinged of ammo, they won't try that hard, because it's right, I don't have that much invested other than my time, and I'll just abuse the save button. So I'm quite happy to just load the player up as an episode goes on. And some people aren't. Some people like to be stingy and try and keep the ammo low, and I just think that's crappy. I think it's rubbish gameplay when you do that. It's a form of padding. I can't make a long enough map, so I'm going to artificially inflate the length of the map by making the player have to wander around and trying to find just the one bloody shotgun ammo I put in the whole thing. Figured as much. We got screwed by the auto in. It's always on in DOS, you can't turn it off unless you're in multiplayer. Unless it's in the CFG and you can do it directly there, but I don't seem to remember it being there. I mean, it probably is in like the user def like struct, but I really don't remember it being exposed to the CFG. I'm still holding out for that sponsorship. They will someday. They'll approach me. They'll be like, oh, well, we'd like, you know, we'd like to work with you. We would like you to work with us and promote our Hong Kongese. I don't know if they exist all over. They're a bit like Super Drunk, if you've ever been in one of those shops. Same sort of thing. Now, you see, that looks nice, but isn't logical. I actually have no gripes with that door at all. It's not something I would tolerate in one of my levels, but like I would have had the slurps match either side. Maybe I'd have done something funny with flirts. Yeah, it's Sector Effector 29 flirts. It's used for like waves in the water, but it has like the auto slurp function on it, essentially, where the sector will slurp to the height of its neighbouring sector. So you can use it to make slurps move up and down. Like the angle of the ramp to change. Interesting that it's called Flirt then, because it's the only sector effector I think that actually would use the floating point unit. Because we're like, oh, it's Flirt because it's a water wave effect. It's like, well, maybe it's Flirt because it's doing float and point. It would be the only SE that does. Indirectly. Like the actual code for the SE itself doesn't, but the functions that it's relying on, obviously they will. The one I find funny, and I wonder if it's deliberate, is the conveyor belt effect, is SE24. It's low tag 24. And people struggle when they do conveyors, because the conveyor belt effect will pan the floor texture. And people struggle lining the texture up. Well, which way do I flip the texture? And it's actually quite a simple thing, because it'll always pan the same way, and it's just positive X. So if you press Alt and like Num 6, then you'll see which way it'll go. Well, that's quite easy once you know that it's always X positive panning that it does. You know, it's quite simple, really. Then you'll never screw it up, and you can always get your conveyor belts to look right. And I thought about it, I was like, you know, I can't remember how I got there, but I think I wanted to call a sector effector, like sector effector X, and I was like, what letter is that? Well, I hope I didn't have to go in there. What letter is X? X is the 24th letter of the alphabet. So the conveyor belt is quite literally SEX. And I'm like, yeah. Now I wonder, is that just a coincidence? Or was Todd Replogle snickering to himself about that one? You know, was he there like, I don't want anyone to notice what I've done. X positive, yeah, that's weird how nobody seems to notice. I don't know. I hope this is one of them levels that assumes I have a jetpack from a previous map. If I hadn't killed all the misters, I could have got up though. Shit. I might still be able to get it though. I mean, this is back where I came in. Do I have roids? I don't have roids. Steroids, not hemorrhoids. I mean, I might have those. It's entirely possible. Might end up with those. Stomach medication I'm probably going on. Tends to cause constipation. I'm sure that'll be really fun. But that's manageable. Just drink lots and lots of macrojol and they'll go away on its own, I'm sure. I'm not there yet. I got more pressing meta story about. Like, this sure is a big space to be figuring out how to progress through. XeFF makes small maps. Yeah, well, there's a reason for that, because they're far easier to navigate than big ones. Don't push too hard. Well, yeah, that will help. Bloody slimers. Nobody likes you slimers. Oh, I wish I had that. Wish I had that jetpack. So I pressed the switch that I don't know what it does. You see, again, this is the problem when you make a really big area like this. I shouldn't have killed all the misters. If I hadn't killed all the misters, I could have got up there. I could have jumped off on them. I could have. Sure is a strange MIDI track they've picked here. I'm sure it probably actually sounds... So long, suckers. I don't care about the Lizman. In fact, I can save me steroids. They're my steroids, get you off them. There he is, he's right there. Shit! Red access card required. Oh, it really is. Fuck! Damn it! I've been thwarted. That's probably the ending right through there. And I don't think that's in the list of door tiles. I'm going to save that atomic health because we might need it later. Now, I'm going to show mercy today because people don't like it when you kill the babes, apparently. So you can just stand there tied to that thing and suffer indefinitely. I mean, I would have quite happily blown you up, love. It's, you know, but majority rule, apparently. And apparently shoosting the babes is bad or something, so... Well, yeah, I'd quite happily blow the babes up. I usually do. Like, it's the humane thing to do. I'm not even saying it to be a jerk, but I mean, you know, they're full of alien, like, tendrils and stuff. There's no recovering from that. They're asking you to do it. There's no recovery. They're probably basically one step from comatose. They're just alive enough to be, like, incubating alien offspring. So other people just want to torture them, I guess. Ah, no, I should have kept one of them alive. There we go. Might get shot a little bit here, but... No, they do get round here. This one's going to be a bit trickier. It spit at me. Nah. It's just the other end of the bloody tunnel. Cutting corners doesn't always get you ahead, I think, is what we learned here. I wonder what that switch did. Pregnant from an alien baby. I mean, yeah, you know, I mean... That's probably going to kill them as well. Like, agonisingly. I mean, in that case, you know, you just rather would Duke Nukem shot you in the head and got it over with, wouldn't you? I mean, again, it would be the most humane thing to do. I mean, this is what you do with, like, you know, animals. Like people are alright doing this with animals. Like, oh, the animal's suffering. I'll just take it out in the yard and put a bullet through its head because it's got no quality of life. And people generally agree that that's the right thing to do. Like, well, the animal can't move anymore and it's in constant pain. That's the nicest thing to do, or so they say. Yet for some reason, these, like, women in a video game that aren't even real, you know, no, we got to save them, we got to teleport them away. People have this weird obsession with it, and I find it, honestly, a little bit disturbing, just how sort of uppity they get about it. It's quite strange. What if it was guys instead of women? I wonder if they'd have a reaction then. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just pixels, right? So what if it was a bunch of men? Like, would they react the same? The intro scene from the path did show it doesn't... Exactly. Do you think that lady survived that? Because I don't. And we don't even get to see, like, some of it. It was too gruesome to show, even for a Duke Nukem game, apparently. These wretched slimers. I want to use explosives so bad. Hey, how come that's blue when it's in a green... Are these, like, exempt from that rule? Ah, yes, mode Y. Bloodpool must be exempt from that rule. How strange. Yeah, those sprites are set up in this game, so I guess the ending's not through here then. Yeah, sprite shade's a bit weird how it inherits it from floors and ceilings. It is a function in the game. Palette oversight. The thing is, with most sprites, there is a function in the game that gets run on them that makes them inherit the palette of the floor or the ceiling, and it depends on parallax. Like, if it's a parallax ceiling, it'll inherit shade and palette from the ceiling. If it's not, then it inherits it from the floor. Like, it's not an engine thing, it is a game thing, you know, it's something the developers chose to do for some reason. And I'm really not sure, like, why they would do that when sprites all have their own shade value, like, in the sprite struct. I don't get why they did that. I don't remember enough about early versions of the engine to remember if it always was that way. Maybe earlier versions of the engine didn't have that capability. And, did I really want to use that? I don't know, but I can use him a bit. Go on. Yes, fire rockets. Oh no. Looks like that's gonna cause trouble. You know, I gotta tell you, I'm happier with this than I was with Land of the Babes. Fucking hell, man, that was atrocious. I really don't know if I'm gonna be playing through that. I really don't. That's horrible. It's not quite as bad as 0 Hour, as in, like, 0 Hour the N64 game, not that add-on. I was a bit too harsh on the Duke 3D add-on, much as it isn't really that good. It was at least ambitious. Had it have been another 2 episodes long like it was supposed to be, I think it would have been intolerable. I don't know what them switches did, because again, it's this view screen overload, where it just gives me so much to look at, and the level's not memorable enough for me to notice what's wrong, like, as to what it changed. Oh no. He did as well. The dick. No. No. Yeah, Bloodpool must be exempt. Makes sense, because otherwise it wouldn't show up red, would it? So yeah, that mustn't be in there. I know in one of the ports, you know, they actually use a C-stat bit to, like, you know, set no shade on the sprites. Like, oh, it doesn't inherit, like, the shade or anything from the sector that it's in. Whereas the default behaviour would be that it wouldn't. Like, that is specific to the game. It's so weird. We're all the way back here? Oh man, I really don't know. This guy's navigation is so strange. I feel like we should have the key by now. The music's been strangely fitting. It has here, but it's quite unusual for this thing. It doesn't usually have music like this. The music's been a mixed bag throughout. Like, some of it's actually quite good, and some of it's just kind of silly. I felt way more of a drop than I did. No, it's just a very steep slope. You don't think I can do anything here, do you? No, it doesn't look like it. Looks like I could probably just get myself squished. Okay, that seems to be over there somewhere. That moves slowly. Whatever that does, it's not very fast. I kept battering the use key to see how quickly it would let me... That whole thing of putting that there to stop you jumping across that, that's lame. That's lousy. Oh, where's my road access card? Damn it! They're not going to let me have one, are they? They'll be... Like, why send me back here? What's it for? Yeah, I get it. I've been all around this zone. And this zone sucks. This zone's smelling. Oh, it's him. Well, I don't need you anymore, Liz, man. You've done your job. As of you, Octa, you can retire. I announce my retirement. Well, yeah, just over a yarn now, there, isn't it? You know, that was a far point, actually. It's not always an easy thing to do. You know what? This could have done with my transparent water trick, couldn't it? That might delay the practice map that I was working on, because I might go and retrofit that to some other areas in that map, because there's more water in it. And some of it could really use that. It would really simplify the fact that I had to get working somewhere. I wonder if that's ever accessible, because that looks like it would just lead to that. Yeah, it's just an airlock. I don't think we'll ever have to worry about that one. Wouldn't want us to backtrack that far, surely. It hasn't monster breadcrumbed. So I would kind of expect it to do. The closest we saw to monster breadcrumbs was the Octa at the far side of this. So it is down there. I mean, it's not a horrible design or anything, it's just too large. And, you know, this is verging on the problem I have with the maps people make now. Well, they're just too big. They're too big and nobody's ever going to play them because they're just too fucking large to be worth bothering with. There's this thing people have where they want to reach the limits. And I really hope the port devs increase those limits. I'm actually for it when people ask, like, you know, please increase the limits. Yes, increase them. Just increase them indefinitely. But, like, always have a limit, because then there's a target. If they just, like, you know, you started, like, the editor and it just said, blah, like, then people would stop trying to reach it, because you can't reach it. But put, like, an actual number there. You know, just always enforce a limit. And then people will try and get there. And then nobody will ever play their shit, because it'll be too big. And then they'll come and play my stuff instead. And it'll be great. Where does this go, then? Oh, yes. About time. So long, drones. I don't even care. Weep, weep. Yeah, shut up, weeps. Right. Ha ha. You think it's going to be any better in there? Because it's probably something even meaner. Wow, that's a thick door. I like my doors like I like my women. Big and chunky. Oh yeah. Actually, I have no preference on that, but on doors I do. Oh yeah, I got like entire photo albums of like doors that are unusually wide, you know. I get out at like family gatherings and show everybody. Like, you know, oh, these are the best photos I've taken. It goes down real well. I'm real popular at like parties and stuff. Because nobody else has like an album like that to bring and show the people. Obviously, I'm just making this shit up. Or am I? I might not be for all you know. Yeah, you already know. It's been established for years that I'm into, like, ships. Yes. This all seems very ominous all of a sudden. I am going to drop a server's serve. Powered by servers, of course. As long as their thighs don't smash together. Well, if you can get them apart, you know, it ain't so bad. If they're only together when they're walking around, then it's alright. Seriously, I don't have a preference on that sort of thing. I really don't. That is like on the fly. I knew it. Well, at least it's the Overlord. He's easy. Well, I'm sorry, Overlord. You know, you're a lot of wasted potential. I really like your design and everything. I always thought you were a cool design for a boss. They really should have left you with that other weapon. But I guess they just figured people wouldn't be able to handle it. Just pistol him to death. No custom INMs in this one. Flip through the folds till you smell shit and turn backward. Deary me. Yeah, but most people smell like shit now. They really do. I've said a few times how fed up I am of unwashed people and having to deal with them in public. And I say things, I really do. Because, I mean, I don't stink that bad. I probably smell like cigarettes a bit, but I'm clean, I'm not unwashed. Can't stand the feel a bit unclean. It irritates me. You know, I hate it when, you know, it's like now, you know, I'm going to have a bath tomorrow because it's been warm. But can't have one today, not yet, because today I've been busy, had things to do, and there's no point because I've got to do shit when I get up, so I will just get sweaty again. But I don't like this moment, like, doesn't feel good. These few hours I got to do without that, it ain't great. And it's only like, what? Like, I don't know. But, well, like I said, I don't even smell. Like, but people do, and it amazes me. It's like, you know, what the fuck's your excuse? I don't even have, like, running hot water in my house, and I seem to manage. Like, yeah, it sucks. I've got to boil kettles to fill the bath up, but I manage, and I'm quite sure they probably do have running hot water in their building. So what's the problem? And it's weird, because they're usually the people who earn nice clothes and have a decent, like, well, supposedly decent car. Like, it's generally on finance, they don't earn it, but, you know, they obviously carve out their outward image, and yet they can't be bothered to take a shower. It's fascinating. When I say something to them, I want them to feel ashamed, and they look ashamed when you say something. It's rare that they'll say anything back. They just look ashamed, they sort of curl up on themselves. You know, they look like daddy's telling them off. As well, maybe you should have done, you know, and then you wouldn't have got to this state. And that's how society should work. If people are going to do things that cause a problem in society, then remarks should be made, and they should be made to feel ashamed of it, so that they don't do it again. You know, that they just feel crap about it forever. Let's leave that there in case we need it. Well, this music's awful. This music's really awful. Hey, I can see the exit over there. Somewhere on an alternate timeline, Duke Nukem fell off a cliff. But luckily that's not our timeline. That's a different one to the one that we're on. So, we'll be just fine. That must be where that door goes. Try and gain as much knowledge as we can. Yeah, that doesn't go through force fields. This music's making me think that stupid Duke Nukem Caribbean add-on. The worst of the official add-ons, no matter what anyone says. Howdy, Soldollars. But yes, if I can bug my way to progress in this, I will do it. I won't feel bad for doing it. Maybe I can get one of them to push me through. I don't think it's going to work, but... yeah, I did just save, okay. Yes, bump into me. It's not going to work. It was worth a go. It was always worth a go. Let's not fall for that again. I wouldn't mind some weaponry though. I mean, I got this. Might as well use it. Force field. Of course, now he has to be careful with his design because he gave me a jetpack right in the first map bar. And so if I can ever fly anywhere I shouldn't be, well, that's on the designer, that's not on me. I remember how that went in its 0 hour, where it just totally breaks the last level that you play 3 times in a row. And I actually think that would have been fun if it hadn't been for that grueling shit that they... I would have been fine with its 0 hour if it wasn't for shit like that pyramid level that just soured the whole thing. I really would have been. Right, I'm not getting swamped by slimers again, ain't gonna happen. No way. This time it's something else. I don't know. Yeah, I'm assuming these are all force fielded, but the jetpack is fresh in his mind and he's not going to let us break his level like that. But his memory will lapse sooner or later, and as soon as it does, we'll take full advantage of it. Yes. It is giving me lots of ammunition out here. I don't know if that's a good omen or not. Oh, that's eating walls I'm shaving. I don't have a problem with that. That's walls. Walls aren't that valuable. You can just waste walls like crazy in the DOS version most of the time. And it's funny, because with like the extended limits that like 1 or 2 of the ports have now, it's walls you run out of fast. Like, I think the wall limit doubled, but like the sector limit quadrupled or something. It's kind of interesting. It sort of suggests that, well, I have wall numbers written on my monitor from things I was doing on it earlier. And, yeah, 4562 kind of implies, like, that the total is probably, like, 8192, like, would be the limit. And I think it's 16384 in some of the ports. Whereas sectors I know went up to 4096 from 1024. The limits are arbitrary. It really isn't that hard to increase them. I do find it funny how they won't do it. Like I say, I don't want more limits. I'm happy with the DOS limits because I think it produces usually a decent sized map that's not too long unless the mapper was really determined to do it. Yeah, it's not that much work to increase the limits. It really isn't. So they are kind of bullshit when they say that it is. They just don't want to do it. Doesn't look good on the resume. And if it doesn't look good on the Crayola Clown's resumes, then it doesn't get done. Well, now you've taught me, that's a worse of a medkit, and it's okay to walk into the dark like that, I'm going to keep doing it, and if that results in my death somewhere, I'll be very angry. Well, he offed himself for me. That's good. That's well, it doesn't because I used my ammo on it anyway, but it would have served me ammo. Ow! Like, spitting's a disgusting habit. That's almost worse than smirking. Now, what sort of person does something like that anyway? Can you imagine being a smirker? Like, how disgusting that would be. I mean, that would just be terrible. Can't stand people who smirk. They're the worst. I really don't know what sort of person you gotta be. Well, anyway. I don't like it in there. Frame rate goes moldy in there for a start. I was gonna say, like, geez, I hate to think how that would perform on the K5, but this is a much higher resolution here than anything the K5 would be. And this is the Pentium II. And I think it's set to XGA resolution, but I'm not sure. It might only be 640 by 480. The frame rate counts. Fuck no, this is XGA, so this is pretty high resolution it's set to. Yeah, because of where I copied the config file from. It will be XGA, because it's what I was using to record the transparent water trick I found. And so, again, the view screen is just overload. I've got no idea what's meant to be pertinent information here and not. And it really needs to use smaller groups of cameras. I thought there was a mister there. I can hear a mister. Oh, there he is. Out my face. Oh, this place is dangerous. People running around with guns and shit. Someone's going to get shot if they're not careful. Ah, you see, what was I just saying about smirkers? It says right there, no smirking. Well, yeah, he really did just find the drones for this episode, didn't he? I heard you blow up drone. Must have been two of the fuckers. And let's not forget, there is an atomic health at the start of the map. You could go back and get at any time. I'll probably forget. Well, none of the doors seem to be open. This really does only seem to be the only way we can go from here, really. Yeah, fuck it. Go. Jump over it, see what's down here. Can't think anywhere else to get. Oh, it's like serious potatoes in here, man. really does. I could have probably used that. Oh well. No harm done, I think the net result was about the same. No need for that. The enemies in this game are so primitive compared to the ones in Blood. The things you can set them up to do. And the things in Shadow Warrior. And I was discussing with somebody where, like, the clone Wang in Shadow Warrior has, like, unused code for using weapons other than the railgun. They had him rigged to launch nukes at one time, and so I re-enabled the code just to see what it would do. It went about as well as you would expect. Blows himself to bits. And usually you with him. Certainly on spaceships because of the particles. So they have all the globe to do it. What was this in context to? Ow! Aha! Oh no, are we going back to this formula? This is baby formula. Well... now you see this is how you use a view screen. To lead the player, this is a better way of doing it. See, little by little, the quality of what's here improves. This does feel like a 90s map, though. It really does. I mean, this has got to be quite a ways into the 2000s by now, and it really feels like a 90s level. I swear those wouldn't open before. Ah, who knows? Who cares? It could be bloody anything. This music is quite chaotic. It's growing on me, I've got to be honest. You know, it's in that sort of love to hate it, like Janet Jackson, Nasty Boys or something, you know, it's that sort of... Like, it's a terrible song, I can't stand it. But it's so bad that it's kind of likeable just for how bad it is. Like, wow, that actually stands out for being that atrocious. Vague similarities. The orchestral hits and everything. Where was that door, is the thing? Because I don't know where it was. There's an area I've not been to yet. Yes, you see here, this because it's parallax ceiling. These sprites that are face sprites will inherit the shade of the ceiling and not of the floor. But if that wasn't a parallax ceiling, then they would inherit the floor shade. And if they were wall sprites, then that wouldn't run on them, and so they would just have their own shade, which they technically do, but it's been altered by the game to be the ceiling shade. Where the Chinese tried to do a barbecue in space. Hey, the Chinese probably invented space, and if they didn't, they will have done sooner. I swear, the amount of shit that, like, you know, when I was growing up, it was just common knowledge that some other country had invented it. And nowadays you look at this, oh, it was invented in China. When? Oh, well, 4,000 years ago. Well, who says? Well, the Chinese. Well, of course they'd say that. You know, how does this go? Oh no, it was invented in China. Oh, really? Have you got proof of that? Yeah, we have. Well, can we see? No, that's sacred Chinese site. You can't go in there, but it definitely there. And, like, oh, we'll just write that in the history books as fact then. So I don't think they invented all this shit. Like, I really don't. I mean, somebody's gonna start going on that I'm like racist or something, but it's no, this is access card. This needs, you know, they always tell us that they're highly intelligent, like the Chinese and the Japanese and that, and I find it funny how historically they don't invent things, and that, you know, it tends to be other people who invent things and they just make cheap copies of it, and quite often can't even figure out how to make those work right. Thing is, that's not entirely fair, because I know full well the Chinese are actually capable of making good things. I've seen them do it. But sort of on average, that seems to be how it goes. It seems to be a preference rather than a lack of ability. Like, there's probably more money to be made in today's world by making a cheap copy of a thing rather than making a good thing. Oh, I've got no idea where I'm going. Hey, wait a minute. I can't see a thing in here. It's quite 80s sounding, this. I mean, that sort of slightly dissonant chord, like, it's like a bastard child with Janet Jackson and Stacey Q or something. And then a little muted guitars, like something else I can't quite place my finger on. Oh, okay. That's cool. I got no problem with that. Let's go and press it and see what it does. Bloody sty. I might have to pause at some point, like in a couple of levels, and bathe my eye. I have to do it every few hours. Make this bloody thing go away. They're more annoying than anything. I mean, they can turn serious, but it's not very likely. Ow! Well, thanks a lot, dickhead. Oh no, it's ages since I served. It is as well. Fuck. I can't remember how to navigate any of this. Oh, man. Fine, whatever. Aggression is the answer, I'm sure. Steam, one of the most annoying things to deal with in this game because it only does a range check. There are two drones. Shame they couldn't blow him up, it would have served me ammunition. Well, at least I get to listen to the wonderful music a bit more. That's a more. Fucking hate that song. That song's worse. You know, that's, you know when you get a false memory, like you remember something and you're like, I'm sure that was. Like that it existed or it was this way or whatever. Like almost Mandela effect type shit. And it turns out the thing never was, and that your memory is just completely bogus, out of nowhere. It's something your mind's dreamt up for whatever reason. Yeah, well, I had the opposite of that. Because you remember, like, the mid-90s, there was that movie about that pig, right? Babe, it was called. And, you know, it was an alright movie, just a decent little family film. I think probably they hadn't figured would do as well as it did, but it did really well. And I'm sat there, like, you know, about 10 years ago, I think it was. I can see that. Why is there... that's interesting. And I was something about 10 years ago, like, and somebody mentioned it. I'd pretty much forgotten all about the film, but somebody mentioned it. And I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. You know, I remember liking that film when I was a kid. It was alright. And they left, they went home, you know, to do whatever it was they had to fucking do at home. I got no idea, didn't ask them, didn't care. And I'm still thinking about this film, you know, like, I haven't seen it for years, you know, maybe I'll give that a watch sometime. I'll probably still have the tape somewhere. And then I sat thinking about it, and I'm like, geez, I don't want to watch the sequel to it, though. Like, that sequel, that was ghastly. That was a really ugly film. And it just had this unpleasant, kind of sinister feel about it. You know, I don't want to watch the sequel. And I sat thinking about the sequel, and I'm like, you know, that is so off-turn. That is so off-turn for what the movie was. That's not a real sequel, like, that didn't exist, right? Can't have done. That's a false memory. It's got to be a false memory. Must have been some other film, you know, that I'm conflating with it. I must have seen it about the same time. Maybe it was one of the Homeward Bound movies or something. Who knows? And, you know, that thought's there in my mind. And it just kept going round in my mind, like, that film. Like, oh, it was. I'm like, that's got to be a false memory. Pig in the City, wasn't it called? And why did it have all that dodgy Italian music and shit? And why was it somehow taking place in the 40s, but also not the 40s? I hate that sort of thing. When the original clearly established it was taking place in the mid-90s, and like, there's no way. It can't be real. Yeah, no, it exists. And my brain still won't accept that. That's not a false memory. That is a real movie. Pig in the City, it is just a repulsive film. There's just something about it it's just gross. It just has this really horrible vibe about it. It just looks repulsive. And so, figuring, well, evidently this is a real movie, it must be one of those where, like, the original people left, you know, they didn't work on it anymore. Like, yeah, they got a bunch of the actors to reprise their roles, but it probably wasn't the same people writing and directing and shit like that. And it was. So, yeah, what the fuck? Like, what happened to them? Did some awful happen to them between films? No, we haven't seen that other switch, so this won't be down yet. No, it's not. These fellas got here, but we've got to dispatch them. Figure out where that darn switch is. Steam really is one of the worst enemies in this game. Alright, this was it. I got it. Navigation in this really is kind of funky. Probably makes perfect sense to the map author, and it is very difficult to figure out where the player's going to go. I just reoriented myself there. Usually quite comfortable in my orientation, but felt a little bit confused for a moment. Like, do I like skinny doors as well, maybe? Maybe I do. Yeah, there was somebody was on about something that... Me joking about doors. There was somebody on about something the other day. I've never seen... Well, I heard the elevator, but it didn't move. On about some game that they'd played where they were like being romantic with a door, apparently. I couldn't tell you what the fuck this game was, I've not played it. They're like, oh yeah, because the door was like talking and stuff. They're like, yeah, okay. Is this like fucking Nightmare or something? No, like, well, yeah, Nightmare had talking doors. I mean, none of the teams ever tried being romantic with them. Maybe they should have done. Maybe that would have gotten through the fucking dungeon, you know. I mean, the doors were depressed in that. That is rotten, that explosion. I really don't like that. Yeah, it looked like a penis at the end as well. Well done. Dick. At least the explosion was honest about itself. Well, I hope nobody's prone to seizures. Because if they are, it's probably a bit too late now. I mean, if I was, I think I would avoid games of this era. Yeah, I think that might have been the winning strategy. And Nightmare was a game show like that. Oh no! Run away! Bravely run away. Events the server's for. Guess that you can go in and out on a door. Oh yeah, there is that. Maybe they got a point. And I still think the most convincing argument I've heard for anything unconventional was my old buddy Connor when he started going on about Barbie. And his argument was, well, they won't go saggy. So he's got a point about that. Do you ever think about Barbie? No, Connor. Yeah, but she's kind of hot, isn't she? Not really, Connor. Fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, well, I think she is. I'd bang Barbie. Connor, she's too small, you dick. Yeah, but if she was like life-size. Connor, Barbie doesn't have a snatch. Yeah, but full-size one, mate. Connor, it would be made out of solid plastic. You wouldn't be able to do anything with it. Yeah, well, it won't go saggy, would it? He's got a point, mate. He has got a point, actually. Connor, you weirdo, are you into dolls, are you? I bet he's into dolls, so let's ransack his room. Oh, good, the red key. Well, I'm going to leave them slimers to slime, and I'm going to go and key the door. Perfect consents to us slotting our key, and it's not, because otherwise we'll get ourselves in a lot of trouble. Ah, shush, big cop. No one's in the mood for you. No one's in the mood for you either, big cop. Ah, more buzzers. Well, we use this ammunition, we didn't pay for it. It was just given to us, it was just lying around, we'd be ashamed to waste it. And we need to know if it works. If people are leaving ammo lying around and it's not reliable, I mean, you know, that could get someone killed. So we really should do the responsible thing. This area feels like trouble. Yeah, this weird, chaotic, terrible music has grown on me a little bit. I don't know what it is about it. But I think it is the 80s vibe. I'll tell you that, Gloria Stefan is like the third thing I couldn't place my finger on. It's like, rhythm is gonna get you. It's a little bit like that sort of thing. Sort of 80s Latin pop. I prefer Latin freestyle, I've got to be honest. Some of their stuff is bloody terrible though. And I still kind of like it when it is terrible. Because when it's terrible, it's usually full-on terrible, and it's like, you know, it's so grainy and, like, underproduced, it's actually really fun. Haha! Yeah, of course, there's got to be jocks out there, hasn't there? Oh, I take no issue with that. Got to feel like you earned it, you know? Yeah, it's very, the more I think about it, the more it... Gloria Stefan definitely has that vibe about it. I mean, if this is an actual song, shit. No, I'm not doing that again. Yeah, we'll reload. That jetpack might be valuable. We may need it. You never know. Won't you help me, Dr. B? Right. Oh no, my brain did the left-right bullshit. When that happens. One more should get in. Didn't realise I could rocket through those. It would have been a lot easier had I known. Oh well, win some, lose some. I guess technically we won this one, we just took a bunch of damage in the process. Let me out, getting turreted and lizarded. Here, wanna see my lizard? Right. Pew! 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 Stupid lasers. There's another one in there somewhere. I'm going to use that medkit. And I'm sure there was another medkit somewhere in the level. Let's backtrack a bit and see if we can find it. Like the old real funk I'm not really into. Funk's a bit crappy, a lot of it. I suppose there are some decent funk songs, but it just refused to die funk. It goes all the way through the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, and there only seems to be so much you can do with it, and they just kept going way too long with that genre. Like, it gets great after you've had a couple of them. Soundtrack on the go. I don't know, this I would just consider like 80s Latin pop. Like, I really... And probably not as in like real Latin pop, I guess, but like American Latin pop. Hence like Gloria Estefan. You know, it's almost certainly written and produced by Americans, but they're trying to like Latinize it. It's probably like corporate music. There we go. I don't know how that worked out so well, because I'm sure I just saw an octopus around that pillar. I'm running away. Well, I've forgotten what I think I said before, so it's just as well I probably did said it before. Because I can't remember it now. Helicopt Road. Uh-oh. Will not run well unless it's running MS-DOS mode. What is it doing? No. The game timer stopped apparently. Can we at least complete a save operation? Are we out of bounds? No, if we quit the title it'll freeze completely. But you might not get out of this screen, because I think this screen relies on turtle clock. Probably will, because it's technically an animation, isn't it? Like, it does the third. I think that actually crashed my PC. It is an old DOS game, I'm not going to blame the add-on for this. Like, this might just be the game wigging out. The game does sometimes. Dear me. No, it wasn't letting me have control of the keyboard, but it does with the three-finger salute. Windows can't shut this down automatically. Yeah. I'm going to reset the PC, just to make sure there's no dodgy shit in RAM. And that gives me an opportunity to run to the bathroom anyway. I'll be back in a moment. And while I'm doing that, I think I'll run the air conditioner real quick in fan mode, because obviously I'll mute the mic while I'm away. So the great thing, when you repair your own surfer that's like over 40 years old, you feel quite confident putting all your weight against the front of it to lean over and reach the air conditioner. Not totally confident, because it is repaired with wood. I'm not very good at woodwork. The thought of making a piece of music out of the noise of a ukulele getting destroyed got revitalised when I saw a student going around with that, which I fucking, yeah, it's one of them corporate go-to instruments, isn't it? The ukulele. Corporate marketing music. It starts with ukulele and then you get that ting, ting, ting sound in there. And usually some guy whistling and a few claps. Who writes that shit? Like, who the fuck actually... Because a human had to come up with that. I mean, not necessarily these days, but certainly in prior days. Like, some human had to come up with that. And what sort of person does it? It's probably the guy who writes, like, on-hold music. I'm still trying to find out, like, figure out in my head what that blowing noise is that I hear in corporate music a lot. Oh dear. Yeah, the problem is I can't run this in DOS mode. It won't work. Like, because I need TSRs, which I don't have. And they don't really work right on this revision of Yamaha cards. See, the 724 is a garbage card. Like, I think I finally did unlist the video I did about it. I certainly meant to, because it's the only video I've ever really wanted to redact that I've ever done. Horrible fucking things. If you're really lucky and you get an early revision, they're fantastic, but the vast majority of them out there are bad. And this is a late revision, so this is missing a lot of features. With every revision they did, they just gimped it worse. Machine's making a lot of noise, like it's just spamming network activity for some reason. Which I don't think this executable's dodgy, I don't think it's that. Like, I think it's probably my Ethernet card going by me, and it's probably just, it is literally garbage that it's puking out of the... that save might be dodgy, given we did it when the game was wigging out. So let's try again. Thin clients. I really play with new stuff if I can help it. Like, it costs money, and I can't find it anywhere. Like, people don't throw it out. And if I've got to spend money on something, I'd rather get something old. Because at least that has, like, a decent chance at working. I'm not going back for the medkit again. If it wigs out again, we'll just skip this level.
Let's rock.
You know, I had a problem like this in NI1 with Secret Slaughter. And 15 to 20 bucks, people want a lot more for that shit here. And in my region, you're kind of fucked. I'm starting to see like early i3 stuff being thrown out, but they always smash those up. And they never used to do that. But I think they figured what was going on before, because yeah, it's only within the last year or two that it's finally moved on from like Core 2 E8 400s and shit like that. Because a lot of people here thought they were like the fastest processor ever made, and when they did this weird 4-core version, it got too fast and Microsoft had to step in to stop it. Must have been a special military version or something. Right, well... This is only map 2, isn't it? So we'll never see that level because it doesn't work for whatever reason. And I've lost all my stuff, so forgive me, but I ain't dealing with the stress. That's my compensation for the level crashing. In NI1, when I had to deal with problems like that, I ended up having to use LE build because it was the only fucking thing that had enough control to actually fix the fault. Because Mapster has this annoying thing where it doesn't let you edit like a bunch of wall structs and shit directly, which it really should. You know, the editor shouldn't be making that decision for me. It's, well, what you're doing corrupts the map. Well, maybe I know what I'm doing and I don't consider it corruption to do the things I'm doing. If I want to link a next wall and next sector to something that's halfway across the map, maybe I want to do that for a fucking reason. The game engine supports doing it. So, you know, fuck yourself, let me change it. And of course, when the editor messes up and does something like that in a way that crashes the map without you intending it to, you aren't even trying to do that, it's just the editor being flaky, because it doesn't let you control it, you can't fix it, and so your map's now useless. LE build lets you modify most of that shit, no problem. So I had to use that to fix things. Weird seeing that texture entirely. I don't have that problem nowadays because I have duct tape. Duct tape is essentially an old, like, as in it's like over a decade old Mapster 32 version that I have tampered with to make it do the things I want to do. And it would be of no use to anybody else. And it's not super stable. And I probably won't make it stable, and I probably won't make it user-friendly. Because nobody else is ever going to use it. Because there's just no point. Like, it wouldn't be useful to anybody else. If people really, really want, like, whatever functionality, well, they can go and nag VoidPoint to put that in their editor, can't they? You know, they're going to do something useful for once. Yeah, that fucking corporate music sound I was on about, I think what they're trying to do, the blowing sound I was on about, I think they're trying to make it sound like an electric guitar, but to me it just sounds like a harmonica through a distortion pedal or something. It's weird. Oh, look at this. I like this sound. I wouldn't mind having something like this myself. Yeah, man. Like, the acoustics in there would be alarmingly shit. I ever hear the ukulele music often from dumb parents or retards playing those compilation videos. Oh, yeah. I sing words about murder and genocide in tune to the whistles. I tend to do that to music anyway. Especially if I'm annoyed. I still haven't figured out, like, what this era was. The decade's, like, more than halfway done, and it hasn't got a particular flavour yet. I think just bitterness. Like, all my teenage lyrics tended to be about fucking. All, like, my 20s lyrics were about killing. Now they just seem to be bitter. Like, you know, they're just hatred now. There's just nothing in particular. Oh, I left it. Corporate music. Yeah, I can't stand that shit. Ah, that was the thing I was thinking I'd said before and couldn't remember and remembered. And it was completely inconsequential, so there's no point in me saying it. You know, this looks weirdly familiar. There is something I've latched onto there. You remember back in episode 1 of this when I said, hey, you know, this hotel man reminds me of this one Polish level I played. I might actually have it on this hard drive, that level, and so I'm gonna... Oh no! I was sure I saved just before I jumped in there. Fuck! Ah, dear. You know what I'm going to do? And somebody's going to get angry about that, but here's the thing you've got to consider. We had to cheat to get to this level because the level before it isn't playing ball and, like, just crashes the machine. So if I had to reset this level, no matter what, I would have to cheat my weapons back in to make up from having to use a level skip to get past a bug. So the net result here is actually probably about the same. Shit. Alright, my bad. So yeah, unfortunately I'm cheating, but only for this level. We'll go back to not doing it on the next level. We'll go back to playing normally. Because, you know, this was a whole make-up for the thing breaking down on us. Quite cramped in here. Strange tiles. It still feels like a fucking 90s thing to me, this. It really does. Like, somewhere's in the 2000s with this proper 90s user map vibes. Shame about the crash though, because things have generally been on the upswing. Like, progress is slow and incremental, but it's still there. But what's the point in coming in here and can I actually leave? I mean, nice place and all, but I'm guessing this guy didn't know how to do billy windows, though, is what I'm gathering. So, wow, you really did bank on me having a jetpack. So I would have had to cheat there anyway. It would have been the only way back out. Because that obviously banks on you having the jetpack from all the way back in the fast map. Bit of an oversight. Exit. Well, it would be nice if it was. But I don't think it's going to be that simple. I mean, this one actually slightly has its 0 hour vibes and just the scaling and everything. Would there be any point in going in there? Do you think that's where the key goes? Because I don't. I doubt if that's where the key goes. I think it goes somewhere else. Where is it? Well, nobody knows. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Again, the problem with big maps like big open spaces. Welcome to Sunshine Homeland. Sunshine lollipops. Please, God, make it stop. The 50s was a demonstrably evil decade. I mean, this place obviously is evil. They've got gates to lock the residents in. Was it the other one we went in, or was it this one? Maybe you have to go in here. Oh, I don't know. How should I know? I didn't build this thing. I can tell you it would look a lot different if I did. Oh, this one's got a jetpack in, so I was meant to go in this one fast. I just hoped I would go in this one fast. I mean, there's your problem with doing this sort of thing. Because you can, you know, your only fix really would be to put another jetpack in that other building. And then you risk giving me a heck of a lot of jetpack. I cannot get in there without picking it up, because I don't want to pick the other jetpack up. It's going to use up my jetpack. Looks like I might have to shrink myself. This means that will be unavoidable. Crushing corner, I'm sure I could get myself squished there. Yeah, I can't see anywhere the shrinker would go. And I don't know what that switch did. Is this going to turn into another switch hunt? Because if it does, I'll play something else. If I'm really fast though, I might be able to show you something that I think not a lot of people know about, because they say you can't jump when you're shrunk, but you actually can. But only if you're on low tag 1 sector. Has to be low tag 1. There used to be videos of popular songs would mix those, and in the middle is some ukulele song, which used to make me think some shit yearly long ad decided to play. Yeah. I remember the shit when I first came to YouTube. I know, like 2 decades ago now almost, right? But there was a thing where people would upload really strange music back then. They would go like, you know, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Chemical Plant Zone, C remix. You're like, oh, that sounds interesting, you know. Yeah, I don't mind hearing somebody's take on Chemical Plant Zone. Let's give it a listen. Like, audio quality on YouTube wasn't that good back then, but it was good enough. And quite often they'd have like a link, you know. And a lot of them were like the real thing, where it was like, you know, somebody's overblown take on like a piece of music like that. And it's like, oh, alright, not to my taste, a lot of it, but you know, fair enough, that's what they're doing, that's their style, you know. I get it. I got no problem with that. Don't regret listening to it. You know, it was 2.5 minutes long. I was doing something while I was listening to it anyway, so it didn't rob me of any time. Fair play. But a heck of a lot of them you would click on, and it would just be... It was the guitar people with the worst for it, people with electric guitars, where... You know, it would be some random... And you're like, okay. When's it turn into... When's it turned into chemical plant soon? I didn't have a wood before. It seemed to me that they were just using titles of random songs, you know, like Britney Spears One More Time, rock remix, and you know, someone would click on it and listen to it, and it'd just be some random guitar wank music, fucking college band, you know, just playing some random wank guitar music that sounded nothing like, you know, what they said it did. They were just piggybacking off the names. And evidently it was allowed. I guess YouTube encouraged it because nothing ever got done. You'd report the video and nobody had ever turned everything into butt rock. And there was a thing for that. There was a lot of electric guitar shit back then, and most of it wasn't any good. And most of it was just shit like that, where it wasn't even what it says it was. And then going into 2010s, it turned into drum remixes, where they would just take the original song, whatever it was. Again, we'll just say Sonic 2 Chemical Plants, and that's bad layout. And they'd just take that, but they'd dove in like a shitty, like, you know, drum kit out of FL Studio or whatever over the top of the original song. So how does that count, you know? Oh shit, what if I upload one of my covers or something and I wanted to have a fucking listen to it, so I stopped doing it. It was like, damn, this take ages to make. Oh well, we'll remember that's there. I don't know where this red key goes. I found no signs of where it goes. Mini bosses started that, I think. Oh, I don't know. I really don't know. But it was incredibly lame. And it was one of the reasons, you know, nobody was interested in what I was doing, because all my stuff's electronic, and people are like, can't you do electric guitars? Like, well, I can make electric guitar sounds with it, but I don't really want to, you know. And if you're good enough on a synthesizer, you can make it sound more electric guitar than an electric guitar most of the time. Of course, guitar wankers tend to be audio fools, so they think you need all these vacuum tubes and shit like that. But you take it to the average lay person, they can't really tell the difference, which tells me something. You listen to the production quality of plenty of commercial records, and they're really not that good, regardless of the instruments they use. I mean, you want to go on, like, corporate music again, right? You know, when I was building New in version 1, I listen to crap music when I'm doing level design, because it doesn't distract me, like crappy pop music. And so I listened to a lot of Expose when I was working on New in version 1, because it's, like, not distracting. And there's, like, they were really popular in the 80s, right? It's like pop music, like electric guitars in it. Well, actually, there's a tiny hint of them occasionally. I suspect even then they might actually be keyboards. Like, they might actually be synthesizers. Wouldn't surprise me. As funny how the sound of electric guitars changes every time new synthesizers come out, you know, and plays things that shouldn't be possible on guitars. But production quality on a lot of their records is fucking awful. You know, cuts off midway through like a lyric and shit like that, and it's all. You know, this was like a really popular fucking record. It's like sold millions of copies. And that's fine. And that tells me the average layperson doesn't care about that sort of thing. So that tells me that the electric guitar people with all their vacuum tubes and their Gibsons and fucking Fenders and whatever have just been silly and wasting their money. And that when I tell people who want to get into synthesizers, like, well, just find the cheapest fucking analog synthesizer with an idiot. It just piss in a trash can. That's real classy. You know, find the cheapest analog synth with an ADSR envelope that you can find, and you'll be golden. You know, I think that's totally right. Because people are, it's not like the real thing, like a Prophet or something. So, well, yeah, if you're into synthesizers, you'll be able to tell the difference, just as I'm sure the electric guitar guy can tell the difference between the cheap guitar and the cheap amplifier and whatever. But most people who listen to it won't know. They won't know the difference. They'll just hear it and be like, oh, that's an electric guitar, or oh, that's a keyboard. And that's really about as far as most people's understanding of it goes. All these areas are pointless. This map sucks. My patience is wearing thin. I might skip this level in a minute. It's starting to bug me. Fucking wandering around. With fucking Santa Claus going down all these chimneys. Just keep going down until you find the right one. Oh, fuck you, buddy. That was nasty. It's a fucking switch hunt. It definitely, for sure. We keep finding these in the buildings, and if we miss one, good luck figuring out which one we fucking missed. This is where episode 2 fell apart, is when it turned into this for like fucking 8 levels in a row. And I won't tolerate it going that way again. If it starts doing this shit, then I'm out. I'll go and do something else. Because I'm really not in the mood for doing that again. Once you've found the switch, I think it's pointless to explore in these. Like, I don't think there's going to be anything else in them. So this is all really quite literally just wasted sectors. Which is a shame, because I quite like the designs visually in these. Like they're proper raw, like 90s looking shit. Which again, this is from quite a ways into 2000s, so they shouldn't be. Yeah, break it. Frame rate's terrible in here, it's probably due to the mirror. You know, speaking of like music shit, there's a curious thing. You remember the bullshit I had with Lee Jackson, like, you know, copyright claiming on my videos? I'm quite sure that was targeted, you know. Because you know what I complained about when I made that grainy video that I recorded on analog capture card, because everything was fucking broken. And the only thing I had working was an old 90s PC. With a capture card from like 1993 or something. And, you know, it was great, because as soon as I complained about it, I got kicked out of his Facebook group, and I hadn't even mentioned it on there. And it's gone, isn't that interesting? What a coincidence. You know, could it be some robot just randomly kicking me out? It could, but that makes me think somebody knew who I was. You know, as soon as I got vocal about it on YouTube, kicked out of his Facebook group. Fuck that level. I ain't tolerating that crap. You ain't doing that to me. I ain't doing a switch hunt. Fuck off. Sorry, pal, we had a whole episode of that just a few weeks back. I'm not doing it again. Go on out and design a level that's engaging and stop relying on that. Because I know you can do it. I know you can do better than this, man. Don't car. Mini derelicts. We've learned time and time again over, well, really just the last couple of years, I guess. My patience really does only extend so far. Oh gosh, how many fucking misters is there? I really don't care, just let me out of this fucking level. Oh no, you used the fucking Microsoft music, really? And you picked the worst fucking Microsoft music. Come on. Come on. Come on. Man, I really don't want to sit through this any... The previous level can suck my fucking dick. Fucking switch. If this any level I go in that turns out to be a switch hunt, I'm gonna skip. No, I don't want to reload that. No. Not happening. You know, this is where me and that Devon guy differ, because he would sit there for 4 hours and he would do it. I won't. I value my time more than that, and I value your time more than that. That's not going to happen. Well, this actually looks like the only way to go, so fuck knows where we get this key from. I'm not listening. Fuck that. Hurt that MIDI man. I'm not listening to the fucking DirectX 9 test music for fucking 40 minutes or however long we're in here. Where's this fucking drone? Of course, we are pistol start from this, so this isn't good. Yeah, just let it blow up in my face. At least it goes away. Oh, great. Yeah, I make noises like that at night. But not in the middle of a game. I don't know, I did make some pretty funny noises in in Larry 6, didn't I? I'll admit, you know, I don't usually laugh at my own things, but I did laugh at that one, because I didn't notice it at the time when I was playing. I noticed it when it came time to edit it. I was editing it and went in the gym and there's like, you know, Thunderbird there, and when I walk out and I go and like, you know, while we're on the subject of music, just remember the ways I think it, because my brain had just melted. Sounds like someone didn't have access to a comprehensive MIDI. Probably not, but this thing is the 2000s. Google and, like, Mama.com existed. I think I was the only person in the world that ever used Mama.com to search. I think it was an Australian-run website back then. Even then, I think it probably just used Google search. AOL search did, but AOL search was weird. It was Google search, but kind of like with tailored results like you'd see on shit now. Like, way ahead of its time, AOL. Just how curated it was. They really wanted everything to be on their keyword system, and you're not using searches. The web has basically become that at this point. I remember actually figuring out how the AOL keyword system worked, like, you know, to where I could locally sort like AOL keyword pages and actually have it interact with, like, you know, things within, like, the AOL client application. Because AOL was, again, different to, like, most ISPs where you'd use just the dialer in the operating system. AOL had its own client software that you had to use. Oh, fucking... You put a mandatory object in a secret. Really? Oh, no. We were on a trajectory and it's going to shit again in the middle. You know, these levels may be older. It's entirely possible. You know, the order of play isn't necessarily the order it was made. I can tell you for a fact that in NI1, it's not the level that the order that things were built. You can actually see that in the map text, like the text files, the templates, because they have like all that information in, and the music that I remember most listening to when working on things. So you can actually see how different music influences what sort of geometry comes out. I mean, I clocked onto that, like, you know, something there, where I actually could have built the back rooms, kind of, like, which wouldn't be particularly unique, because lots of people built things like that. But it's like, yeah, well, ain't that funny, you know, because some of the early stuff I did for Duke levels, very hard to get Octus to come up through the water, but you can do it. Let's try and get him out of there. Hey, wait a minute. Oh no, I don't have the jetpack. I should have it though, because we would have had it to get here. So I could just cheat the jetpack. It should be possible to get enough height. Yeah, there you go. Oh no. Oh dear. Well, we ain't going that way. What was that about? Yeah, when I listen to hip-hop music when building levels, it just came out as all this endless sort of square corridors with like random proportions. You can see little hints of it in like some of the fast Duke 3D maps of mine that are still around on the web. I mean, I've built plenty of them before that. They just sucked even worse. And, yeah, you know, it produced backrooms looking architecture, hip-hop music, so it's interesting. 90s rave music seems to make things get really big and develop, like, faster than usual. As around, like, 80s music's pretty good for it. Oh, no, really? Oh man, the navigation's gonna be a chore. Let's just be non-linear all the way. It never gives you a break. You can't just non-linear all the time. And again, we see the effects, and we see how it is with me, and I know this is quite possibly a fault of mine. I remember when I was on about It's 0 Hour, how, because it gave me that one atrocious level, my tolerance for the thing just never came back. Like, that was it. That was a sour taste in my mouth, and it never went away. And that is the way I am with things, and I can see this heading that way very quickly. Well, we're going to end up writing off the entire third episode, because it gives us a couple of crap levels in a row. Everything's non-linear and everything's implicit in how it is, right? If it felt linear going in here, where, you know, I didn't have this, I can see in here, I can see this door, I can see it there, I can see it here. There's all these different places we could go, but which one should I be trying to get into? And there's no indicator of that. There's nothing to clue me in. And so which way do I fucking go from here? What's my current goal? I don't know. I didn't design the level, so I've just got to fucking guess. And guess what? I guess it turns out to be the wrong way, so I use up ammunition and health to get there and have to backtrack. It's not a good way to build levels. And this is why I don't like non-linear levels, because they're fucking garbage unless you are really confident you can steer the player around successfully. It's going to suck balls. Can't help but find Larry 6 having time capsule vibes of the 90s. It really does, but I really like the style of it. I think it's my favourite Larry game, Larry 6, and I'm probably in a minority on that, because most people seem to come out with that they like Larry 3 the best, and I don't. I actually think that might be the worst, if not Larry 2.
Come on.
I don't know. Larry 3, well, we'll get there, because I will play it eventually for the channel. Yeah, Larry 3, I don't know, it just gives me bad vibes, that one. It really does. There's just something about it that doesn't feel right. It just feels kind of half-assed, to be honest. It's not a bad game, it's an enjoyable game, Larry 3, in its own right. I mean, it does some bullshit things, but it's like a late 80s adventure game, so you expect it in that. You know, it's what expectations you go in with. And, Larry 6, I think, is where they'd figured it out. But yeah, definitely Thunderbird. I'm cheating me jetpack back, sorry. Because we should have had it. On the subject of music, does this remember the way I think about it did? What? What? I mean, I can't help but notice the magic in your intense eyes. Weird with no music. Okay, well, we're figuring out the navigation. How the fuck we missed that? Jeez, this almost looks like that fucking pyramid level. Go down a narrow corridor with lava at the bottom. After figuring the navigation's ass backwards. Yeah, we're going in here, but it feels like progress, but we already know. We already know that we're going to end up back in that fucking zone with all the fucking water. You know what? There's an easier way of doing this, isn't there? We already fucking know. What is this? Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness? I mean, it's about the same age as this level. Hello went on to make a spiritual successor. I don't know. I know about 90s Larry games, 80s Larry games, and that reboot from like the 2000s that sucked balls, and that's really as much as I know about it. Like, for me it ended at Left for Sale. If that ledge is standable. Oh, it's not. He's thought of it. Can always think of countering you've been able to navigate things well, but never thinks of actually helping you to navigate things well. Shows a bit of a lack of confidence, doesn't it? You know, there are some things where you just kind of got to let the player have it. If they're that hell-bent on breaking the thing, there's probably a reason for it. Secret place, but that never means anything because, as we established, we will put required items in secret places. Is there any point to coming in here? Is this just another waste of time, this area? Quite possibly. Doesn't seem that unlikely. I really don't know. Nothing stands out. I mean, that's really the only sort of possible progress I could see. It's not a shootable switch and it's blocked anywhere, so he's thought of that. There ain't nothing down here. Ah, jeez. My patience only extends so far. It's running out fast. Seriously, I see nowhere and I see nothing. I mean, at least the level gives me a jetpack, so now I feel even more justified using it to get everywhere. Well, that area seems to be a waste of time. I mean, I now have a jetpack, so I can go over there, but it isn't going to do me any good, because I don't have that key. Would you be fucking brazen enough to put a red key in an area that's entirely red? Yeah, probably, actually. Seems like somebody would do. Where did that come from? Ah, fuck. I don't care. I really don't. Oh, boy. I feel sufficiently disrespected at this point. I don't care, and I will just cheat. I really don't. Don't give a fuck. When the level is asking for it, the level will get it. Oh yeah, there we go. We have a red key. Great. Fantastic. Well, I can see how it was meant to work. In hindsight, I can see the vision he had in his mind, but it doesn't convey it well. Oh, it's a fucking yellow key. Okay, fine. Yellow key it is. Where are we going now? What are we doing in here? What does that do? Who knows? Who cares? Who gives a shit? I thought there was a door over there. Apparently not. Does it do something with this? Probably not. I'd wager that'll be the red key. Couldn't tell you what that did. It never conveys it. Again, just nothing is conveyed well. I quite like some of the visuals of this level, I'll give it that. But they're not used to good effect. It didn't want to work then. And it doesn't want to work and get weird. Okay. Noted. We had a triggers break in an earlier episode. I don't think it's doing that here. It's not a switch. I like the flickering, makes it hard to see. Okay. Cannon power. Oh, great. Yeah, cannon something. Should I be running away? Oh no, and I think we got more misters to deal with though. You know, I really hope levels I design aren't as annoying to navigate as some other people's are. I really, really hope that I don't make shit that's as annoying to navigate. I mean, again, leads into a huge area that may or not be where we need to go. I couldn't tell you, I don't know, because I've never seen this spot before. I don't know what any of this shit is and what it does. If it's something I need or not. Meandering is the word for the way this guy designed shit. No, I want nothing to do with any of that. That's a corner I could definitely get stuck in. Probably more of the same, right? Probably. You know, Duke must be very strong to get a good kick underwater, because it's not easy to do. And you know, that texture really doesn't line up with the regular bricks that look the same as that. I mean, he likes to switch his up, which is good practice. I don't know what they do, but there are switches and they light up. Well, it's possible they did nothing, because there's a red key card and we know where that goes. So we'll go and shove it in there and fuck this area off. I guess you don't need to be in here. Figuring out which end of this shit I'm at is anybody's guess. Okay, I think we entered that way, didn't we? Did we? Oh boy, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Definitely been over here. Yeah, it was around here. It was this way. Alright. Wasn't it? No, I think we're going the wrong way. I don't think it was in here. This whole time I am running out of... Oh really? In my fucking face? Oh boy, you sure know how to do a nice job of shit, don't you? But as that doesn't hurt the net, what does it do? Well, your guess is as good as mine. Oh, I thought that was just the lights. Thing is, it's probably like 1/8 of the level done or something. All that and just send me back here. Oh no, it's a different area. Oh, well.
Piece of cake.
I'd rather play solid Solitaire. I mean, this area looks nice. Really would rather play sod in Solitaire. See, this feels like it would be a level exit. Obviously not, but it looked like it would have been. Yeah, it looks real nice here. This is nicely done. Bomb that, I guess. The fact that if I didn't have any pipe bombs and it turns out I've got to go that way, because the water's not submergible there, so... Well, I don't have any pipe bombs. Well, I hope I don't have to go that way. I mean, I might be able to... Yeah. Alright. Another level down. I'll just save over that. What's this one called? Ghost House. What are we playing, Mario? Let's find out. See what sort of ghostly goings on we've got. The ghost of XeFF giving a fuck about this fucking episode of this pack. I was hoping I'd come back out and find out it had, like, teleported me silently or something. You know, start doing weird things. What a slog, yeah, it... I don't know what any of them switches in that last map did. Maybe I had to find all of them. But it pulling off that switch hunt shit, again, you, like I say, we see this is how I operate, and it's not always a good thing. Well, you leave a sour taste in my mouth and I just write the whole thing off very quickly, and it has to do something very special to redeem it. The second episode showed that we were learning, and that finale of episode 2 actually was pretty damn good, and this third episode got off to a strong start. It's like the guy just can't keep up, like, the pace for an episode. It makes them too long. Like, you got to be okay with cutting levels. It's fine. You can use bits of them later.
Where is it?
Said before, almost a third of NI1 got cut completely. There's no part of, like, that shit in there, because the levels just sucked. Almost half of, like, the saga that had dimension shift in it and that got completely cut. No one's ever seen it. Never will, because it was on drives that failed. They'll probably never be able to get them recovered. And it don't matter, because those levels suck. That's why I cut them. I was like, no, don't need those in there. You know, I'd rather release, like, a small number of good levels than just be like, look, I've got lots of levels, and they're really big. Don't be afraid to cut entire bits of a level out if you're not feeling it. Just cut it. This area's not like, you know, doesn't feel as good as the rest of the level. Even if you like it. Just like, players might not respond well to this, you know, this bit kinda isn't as good. Lowers the overall standard. Then just cut it. It's easy to do. Maybe you can use it to, like, patch up a gap somewhere else. I need a bit to go between here and there. Or maybe I can reuse that bit that I cut out that other level. Maybe I can retrofit it in here. Or at least build something similar from scratch. It's probably the best thing to do, because then you use what you learn, and it might work better the next time you try to do it. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Oh no, that doesn't bode well, does it? That really doesn't bode well. And if we're going to try and do horror, I got nothing against it, but the mood's kind of ruined by the bog flesh being the first thing that you hit. Then again, that is kind of horror from my perspective, but I mean, probably not anybody else's. You know, there might be weird ginger girls in here or something, but I doubt that's what he was going for. Well, definite ghost house, the lights don't work. Well, the electric's still on though. Bad layout.
Damn, I'm looking good.
Where's the ghosts? They said it was a ghost house. Bad shading. Well, I'll be having that, thank you very much. Oh no. It is gonna be another find the magic switch to open the door, but there'll be no indication that that switch in particular was that door in particular, and there will be other fucking switches and doors here. Another door that doesn't move. These ones might be on the blue key. You think like the whole floor is, or do you think it's just that one? And we just don't know. We don't know. It could be either. One more wall there to prevent drawbacks. So that works. I did a thing today where I used like red walls to prevent drawbacks. It's like, man, you know, it's one of them things where when people play the level, they'll never know that's there, and they just won't ever appreciate what was done to make it work. Not that anyone's really going to play the practice map that I've been messing with. I will post it to my Discord, and I'll post it to another Discord group that I'm in, but it's not going to get a proper public release because it is just a practice map. But it's really ugly because there's really been almost no effort put in the visuals. Because it is just practice before I go back to like NI2 where I want to do it properly. That's a high sink. That's probably about the height I would want to sink. Being close to 6'5", it's miserable trying to use a wash basin or something. They're all too low and it hurts your back. People tell me off for pissing in the sink. It's like, the sink's about the height I would put the toilet. You know? At least I don't miss. People tell me, oh, like, you know, why you're like ripping the wash basin out and like screwing it back on. It's like, because it's too late. Like, you know, I'm not a short arse. The bathroom in my house was obviously designed by a woman, because the wash basin is under the fucking window. And you see, no guy would put it there, because you can't put a fucking shaving mirror above it, because there's a fucking window there. And so when I want to shave, I have to sit on my fucking floor with a bowl of water and look like an idiot. All because some woman designed the fucking bathroom. Really shouldn't leave them to do jobs like that, you know, because they're obviously not very good at it, because they obviously can't think of anything outside of themselves. Okay, where's this stupid key? Do you really need to be arsing around with Scooby-Doo and the fucking... What was the one where Shaggy inherited a house? I can't remember, it was one of the 80s Scooby-Doo movies. NR 1998. Now that's funny, because there used to be some graffiti artist on my neighbourhood back in the 90s who used to write NR absolutely bloody everywhere, and it was obviously their handle. Well, evidently. People who do graffiti should have paint sprayed in their eyes. If I ever come to power, that will be one of the penalties for doing it. Spray paint in the eye. Well, you know, you've offended everybody else's eyes. Bullshit doesn't belong in decent society. You want to do art, go and buy a bloody trestle and some canvas. You know, don't graffiti like public fucking spaces. It makes it look like a fucking ghetto. Aha! There we go. Well, I don't need any of the other shit. No, I can't. The scuba gear is not a good omen. That sort of makes me think, oh, dearie me. Oh, I was hoping it'd tag it, the 3D realms, where I could have skipped all of it. Stupid pig cops. Shit, where did that come from? That felt way closer than Just curious as to what are the specs on this machine and what OS. Should be in the description. It's a Pentium II 450. But I think a lot of the performance has probably been helped along by the G100. Matrox video card. Although particularly good at this sort of thing, the G100s. At the power of a chain gun. I haven't saved for ages, I better save. Oh no! There we go. That is a clever way, Lara, of one-waying out of this, I guess. It's not drawbacks. It is a good use of what's available. So again, you see these sparks of brilliance with this mapper, but... yeah, shit. That seems to be the only door it unlocked. Oh no. I forgot it was down in the description. Yeah, it usually is. I usually put it in there. I'm not sure why. Oh no, so that key was pointless, apparently, or it unlocked something someplace else that I don't know about because there's no indication of it. I'd find Pentium II rigs these days, especially the EDO ones. Yeah, I never wanted to run one of the ones that had EDO ran. I'm sure they're fine, but you know, it's SD-RAM. The problem with SD-RAM is that itself is hard to find because a lot of it's broken now. really was failure prone shit SDRAM. I don't know what the deal was with it. Well, let's have one last look in that blue key bathroom, but I get the feeling that has unlocked something someplace else. Oh no, you know what we've got to do, because we know how this guy is, don't we? Is it turned into a switch hunt? Quite possibly. There may be a switch hidden up in a corner somewhere. It may not be indicated. Oh, I thought this was just back out the front. Apparently not. Everything's so circular with this guy's levels, you kinda expect it to be, and it's jarring when it isn't. I see a switch, don't know what it does. It's giving me a headache. Ah, great, nice, spawning outside the window while I'm stuck in the room. I am the ghost of Christmas pasta. Main reason why I set our DRAM, or DDR1, as my oldest systems. DDR FPN for older, so it's the reliable compared to SDRAM shit. You spawned drones because I pressed the light switch, really? Yeah, oh man. This is as good as... You know, this guy would be great at target logic. He should have tried doing that. I just... Yeah, DDR1, I didn't find a lot of that too reliable either, but the thing I'll give to that is the modules that were failure prone all seem to have failed years ago. And the ones that are around left working don't actually seem that failure prone. Turn back now. Oh, I wish I could. I really wish I could. But this game doesn't really do that sort of thing. Will he punish me for pressing light switches again? Yeah, he will. Which makes me almost think like I might have to press them. I appreciate what he tried to do here with the cycloid, I really do, but it just didn't work. Alright, we're back here. Okay. Well, Duke's still confident and all. Figures. It's Duke Nukem. There's nothing that'll shake him. I wonder when this level was made. Yeah, that's where we came out of. Aha! Another switch. Cool. I just assume I have to find all of them at this point, because that's how it's gone previously. And so all I can work on is previous knowledge. It's a shame because there were so many good platforms to use SDRAM. Believe it or not, there was an enterprise netburst IBM that used SDRAM in 2001. 16 Willamette P4 Xeons. And I could see people going out, you know, designers going out their way to avoid, like, our DRAM just because of the cost of it. I mean, Intel hardware in that era was ridiculously expensive. It was too expensive, really. It took them far too long to get the price of it down. Like, they were just handing AMD sales for a couple of years there. And they did damage their reputation quite a bit, Intel, in that time. With like problems that they had with the P4 platform, which they did fix, but by the time they fixed them it was too late. People didn't want out to do with it. Oh, come off, it was that gone. I want my pipe bomb back, fine. Blow it up. We better get it, because otherwise I might use one later and just happen to be stood in that room and blow myself up. Ah. Wonder if this is mandatory stuff. It may be. Looks more like backtracking to me. But with this thing you never know, because apparently non-linearity's good, so people always tell me. I really don't get this fetish for non-linear shit. It really doesn't add anything. Yeah, that looks like lots of thin sectors have been lifting out of the way. So I guess I gotta find all the switches and press them all. And it might well be the light switches I've got to press. It might not be those slot door switches. The grey switch with the red and green light above it, that. It's called slot door. It's the name of that tile. In fact, nothing spawns tells me I pressed that one already. I mean, again, there's aspects of the design here that I really like. There's aspects of it that I really don't. You know, it's probably just a key back there or something, right? I heard Slimers. I was wondering if I could catch it moving. I mean, the correct word would be to master switch things and just put a dummy activator in so the player can't use it directly. As far they had to create their own custom chipset to run the SD RAM on that 16-way box. Our DRAM seemed more reliable at the time. Just expect it maybe was. I never really got to use our DRAM. Like I've sort of encountered it somewhere, I think, but a long time ago, and certainly wasn't hardware I owned. SDRAM got expensive once DDR came out. Like they jacked the price on it ridiculously for some reason. You just couldn't buy it. And most of it went to landfill because the shops never lowered the price on the shit, so it just sat there unsold for fucking forever. Right, so do I have to backtrack? But why would I backtrack now? For what reason? It hasn't given me any indication of anything else I got to do. I'm still solving that shit up there, as far as I know. And so we find that there is another grand puzzle going on, it seems. But I guess as we go through, these are going to open up. Oh boy. It's just overload. Oh, wonderful. Drones. Always love the drones. Yay. Just like the second episode. Promising start. It all falls apart so quickly. I don't want to play a fucking switch hunt. I am going to start skipping levels, I really am. Like, we've already had to do it once. And I'm going to start doing it. I'm going to start doing it on purpose. Especially as if I do have to flip the light switches. I don't remember what position they were in. Like... I know maybe isn't what I have to do, but that's what it feels like. And it's a shame, because there's some really nice design in this level. Like, this level looks kind of cool. Like, Like, visually, it's very nice, a lot of it. It's very dated for when it came out. It's very stuck in the 90s with how it does stuff, but I don't mind that. You know, it doesn't have to be all that flashy. It's quite an effective look that it has. Alright, fuck it. What level is it? Level 6. I'm done. 307. Crescent Inn. Really? Oh yeah, of course, takes my weapons off, doesn't it? I really can't be doing with finding switches. You know, the drop's fine, it gives you an atomic health before you go down though. Don't you die. Don't you die. Okay. Oh, we got classy music again. Holy fuck, look at the size of it. Are we really? Server works, yeah, never works is what we call the server works. You just wanted to build as big a space as you could, couldn't you? That was the goal with this one. Oh, this is going to be a bastard to navigate. If I go to that building there and find out, no, that's wrong, it'll take me like 10 years just to walk to the next one. Oh, really? Yeah, it is. Stray pixel in the inventory box. Game was never tested at XGA resolution. It's one of those amazing things about build that it will just run out whatever Visa mode the VGA card exposes to it. Like if you tell it to. There is a limit to that, but that limit is theoretically preposterous. Like I think the engine is like has a check that is coded for it, or it's like, you know, it won't go beyond 1600 by 1200. It will force it down if you set it higher than that. But
Hail to the king, baby.
when you actually dig into its internals, it should be able to render at preposterous resolutions. It probably wouldn't work right, but you know, without modifying it some more, should be possible. Just from what seems to be there. I have lost all enthusiasm for this though. You know, I was hopeful after... Well, I say, episode 2 was fucking maddening, but it showed a big improvement over episode 1 of this thing. It really did. It was like, if we can keep going, like, on that trajectory that it was on, if we can keep just improve... Don't start this. Okay. You know, then we'll be gold. We'll get there. But I just don't know that we're gonna get there. Does this room have a purpose? I'm not seeing one. Does this have a purpose? Could do. You never know. Never know if you're just wasting your fucking time. You could well be going into an area that exists just because you felt like building it. Do I want to shut that for some reason? Doesn't look like it because I can see a path over there. But... Okay, are we going to put the fire out? That'd be cool. Because I didn't think anybody else knew about that. Nope. Nope, so for now I can still claim I'm the only person who's ever figured that out. you can make the fire disappear, because you can lock an underwater sector. And when you unlock it, if there's fire in it, the fire gets deleted. And the fire is coded to do that. You never really see it anywhere in the vanilla game. It's there, it's coded to do it. It's probably, you know, in case something tries to spawn fire in the water. But it doesn't matter what it's meant for, it will just behave that way. It's how I put the fire out in the fireplace in Dimensional Disaster in NR1. And the fireplace is actually an underwater sector that's locked, and it unlocks it for just a second. Like when you hear the sploosh sploosh, it is actually making water happen in the fireplace. I mean, you can never get there quick enough to stand in that one and realise that you suddenly have no gravity for a split second. Yeah, you can lock water sectors, and it will lock the teleporters that are attached to them when you do it as well, if they've got a teleporter. To which end you can lock transporters, but not silent teleporters. You can't lock those, unfortunately. It would be good if you could. It would be very useful. But a done thing with coding games, like, especially in this time period, is that you wrote an effect to only do as much as it needed to do in your use case and nothing more. It's optimization. People like to say, you know, the game's shoddy in how it does things, and it really isn't. A lot of it is just a case of the effect was made to work as well as it had to work for what it had to do, and nothing more. Use it outside those parameters, and it might go a bit dodgy. But on the vanilla levels, use the effects outside of those parameters, so they're fine. Don't want to put loads of conditionals. Well, but what if somebody did this with it? Add that if you need it, otherwise assume it's fine and just run things as they are, alright? I mean, let's not forget, Duke 3D 1.3 had to fit in about 8 megs of RAM. It's not a lot. You start putting branching code all over the place, you can start using that up surprisingly quickly. And i2 development, I just waste RAM because I got 64 megs to play with. You know, this is the target system, and this thing's got, well, more than that, but it's all we can use from DOS, really, without doing weird things that I don't really want to get into doing. What sort of show is this? I mean, the Japanese woman bit's alright, I don't mind that. Or the motorbike, actually. But why did we go in there? Oh no, what was the magic? Alright. Oh, I got you. Almost feels like a fucking Billy Boy map aside from the lack of Billy Boy windows. I don't think this guy knows how to do this. Maybe he does. Maybe he'll prove us wrong. I wouldn't be against that. It would be cool if we got to see some of them. But I think people are always a bit scared of doing them. They probably wouldn't like to see some of the shit that I can do now, where I can directly write to the from the editor. So it's not like I had to modify the game to do this. I had to modify the editor, but I can write in next wall and next sector manually. So I could take this and like next wall it to, like, you know, something way over on the other side of the map, which wouldn't render properly, but I can do it, and you can do some pretty weird shit with it. Like, I could put an invalid texture on there, and I could have a sector that's in the same location as this one, with a little sector in front and a mirror, but then on this side of it I could then tell that wall that its next sector is this one, and I would have to red wall from this TV to stop it trying to draw behind it, because otherwise it will draw the back of the TV in the mirror, which is pretty freaky. Because it's actually drawing that inside, and you can do some pretty freaky things with it. All shit that things like Napster really should let you do this, but, you know, it doesn't, hence, you know, I had to bastardise it myself. Ah, dearie me. We're on a key hunt. It's really weird, there's outdoor tiles, indoors. I was thinking Nightmare 3D, that did that a bit in the third episode, but Nightmare 3D's an all the game, you know. Oh great, drones. Really had a thing for those in here. In the city, it's pretty shitty. They've got the tally. There's drones outside now. I'm gonna kill them. Kill the bastards. This area is yellow, which made me think maybe it's where the yellow key is. Or maybe they've just been racist against the Japanese girl. That's not very nice. I don't mind the Japanese girls. Some of them are quite attractive, actually. Some of them. Some of them are very ugly. A bit like English people, really. I guess, you know. Not that they look particularly alike, but proportionally it's probably about the same. I maintain that if I had to be stuck with one for the rest of my life, I would pick a Japanese over a Chinese. Because with the Chinese, they don't seem to age quite as well. Like, when they're younger, like say at the start of their 20s, Chinese girl will look way more attractive than a Japanese woman on average, you know, if you pick sort of a pretty one from each, but give it like 10-15 years and that China girl is going to start looking horrible quite rapidly. The Japanese women, they seem to hang on to it a lot better, like they mature a lot better. Is a snatch sideways? Well, you know, I remember wondering that sort of shit. Like, I remember when I was starting to get into girls, you know, when I was sort of coming of age and everything, and starting to have these thoughts and feelings that I didn't quite understand, but always figured made sense. You know, I went through this patch where I was extremely curious about Asian women, and, you know, I was trying to, like, picture, like, oh, what do they look like? You know, do they look the same? Like, is it different? Maybe it's like triangular or something. I don't know.
What are you waiting for? Christmas?
And of course, in them days, the internet wasn't very fast, but it at least wasn't restricted, so you could look these things up. It just took a while to find. I probably went through a few rolls of toilet paper that went rather solid and, you know, made a lot of paper mache, I guess. Japanese girls don't seem to enjoy it in porn. Well, they're quite proper, the Japanese. That's actually, I think, one of the things I kind of like about them is that they tend to be quite civilised, and a lot of them probably wouldn't do something like that. Probably see it as a bit improper. Like, I will watch porn, I don't have a problem with seeing it, but, you know, I wouldn't want to go out with a woman who was in a porno, because I don't see her as respecting herself, so I can't respect her at all. You know, I want some skank who goes around half-dressed and stuff. I want some left to the imagination. Because there's nothing to conquer otherwise, is there? Yeah, so some of the thoughts I had about Asian women. And of course then the next thing to wonder was like, well, what are black women like? And I couldn't find any of them on the internet for some reason. That was really, really strange. Like, I just couldn't find anything with black women in. Or if I did, you didn't really get to see much. I was like, damn, that's weird. Like, what, is this like some sort of well-kept secret or something? Or does it look awful and they just don't want to show it? Like, I must know. And so that I found out in real life when I was at college instead. No, you see, I don't mind black women. Does depend, like, you know, there's quite a lot of variety in how they look, the blacks. It really is. Like, at first glance you think there's not, but when you actually like them, I guess, then you're going to notice that, no, there is quite a lot of difference, like, from one to the other. And no, some of them are pretty nice. And yeah, that messed with it, because again, you know, it was like all the thoughts I had, you know, sort of as an adolescent of, well, what does it look like, you know? Like, what does their snatch look like? What do their nipples look like, you know? Like, surely it must be black as well, right? And yeah, that's I actually found that out in real life. When I was going through college, and that was fascinating to me, you know. It was like, wow, it is black, but it's still pink inside, you know. So that's a good thing, you can't miss it, even in the dark.
Hail to the king, baby.
These guys come from? What is this, bloody mall security? I think you have to look at the French black population, maybe they're decent. I don't know. Mixed girls can look good. Yeah, you see, I think the mixed race tend to look kind of awful on average, a lot of them. They'll hurt me for saying this, but you'll see, like, a lot of that, if you look at Afrikaners, you know, you'll see a lot of, like, they have pretty mixed genetics, a lot of them. They'll deny it vehemently, but I can guarantee you those Dutch settlers got a bit frisky with the black women, and so, and quite a lot of them aren't so great looking. But then, I mean, they do have Dutch genetics in them, so, I mean, I guess they were kind of doomed. They're really not a pretty people, the Dutch. You get the odd one, but most of them are pretty minging. Oh, I found a key. I guess I don't need to be here. Problem is, I don't know where this key goes. There's some health, please. These texture choices are so weird. I kinda like it, because it's just so flagrant. Look, on the whole snatch thing, I still remember having to read a fucking book because I made the stupid decision where I was like, if people go on and on about catgirls, I'm going to ruin catgirls for them. I'm going to draw a catgirl with actual feline anatomy, and took out a pencil and a sheet of paper and, you know, started to draw some lines on it. Outline of a woman, and so that's fine, I've drawn plenty of women on paper, I'm sure I can handle this, no problem. And then it comes to that bit, and it's, you know, actually I don't know what feline anatomy looks like. I've never really looked. And so I had to go through a book, like a veterinary book, like, to find out what a cat snatch looks like, so that I could draw it on a cat girl. It's like, well, I mean, the image serves its purpose, but I'm not sure this really worked, because it's kind of grossed me out as well, because I've had to go and actually look this up, and It doesn't look very nice. I guess if I was a cat I might like it, but I'm not. I still have that I know where it is. It's in a red folder down there with all the other drawings that I can't show on YouTube. I'm not sure why the black women that are throwing themselves at white men like no to it. They generally don't. Most of them will only go with black men. So it's quite raw. The white women will throw themselves at black men though. A lot of them will only date black men, and there's a lot of them that will only date Slavic men. When I pass them, like in a shop or in the street, I do say something. Can't stop myself. And I know I might be a bit of a hypocrite for doing that, but... Oh, damn it. Well, at least we served not long ago.
Come get some.
But then again, I'm not the one who, like, intends to, like, you know, produce offspring with them like they are.
Much better.
You know, so it's usually white girls and black guys. Yeah, that's what the UK is like. I mean, on my street alone, you know, it's plenty of fat, ugly, smelly white girls with black men or Polish men or Ukrainian men or Romanian men. Or like Arabian men. And if they go with a white man, he's usually a little sissy baby. Probably getting two-timed on. I found it strange, but statistically I figured white women are the least likely to date outside. No, not at all. They're usually the first to give it up. And a lot of them it's exclusive. Go and ask them out and it's like, no, I only date black men. Get lost. It's like, well, I'm technically brown if that helps. Like, people, I guess, don't know that. They don't necessarily, but technically I'm brown. So, like, well, I'm Mediterranean genetically, aren't I? Mediterraneans are kind of olive, I guess. It's just my family's been here enough generations that we've kind of gone purple-coloured now. At least most of us. Some of us haven't. Some of my family still retain that coloration. It's kind of weird because I to write that on medical stuff because it's actually important because the metabolism's slightly different. So, you know, you definitely have to specify it there, because otherwise bad things can happen. Where are we going now? You never know with this fucking thing. Oh, we pressed the switch, but who knows what it did. I think it spawned an angry mister somewhere. Girls will usually just bang whoever's around them. Nah, not if you're masculine. Like a lot of them, you got to be some little leechy weed in some, you know, either an illegal immigrant sponger or some fucking soy boy. It's control. They want control. They can threaten the immigrant, you know, who shouldn't, you know, the illegal immigrant, they can threaten him. And little soy boy, they can threaten him. As if you're like, you know, self-determined and assertive, they don't like it. It worries them because then they're not in control. Honestly, the English women are the fucking worst. Like, they really are. Like, I test this. You know, you put me around a woman, I'm going to start flirting. Even if I don't find her that attractive, I'll still do it just to test it out sometimes. Now I'm getting practice in. It's not like anything's going to happen if you don't want it to. And it's so, right, well, we'll test this out. English women are not responsive to it at all. They're not receptive. They look quite annoyed. They don't like it. You should try that with, like, I don't know, a Polish woman. I find them fucking repulsive, but try it anyway. Yeah, they're generally pretty receptive to it. They'll do it back. You know, try that with a Nigerian woman. They're quite receptive to it. They'll do it back. It's like, yeah, it's something the English women who've done. That's fascinating. Thing is, I'm rotten to them now, because I don't waste my time on them. So instead, I just upset them. Because this time of year, you've got all the ugly fat skanks wearing their skimpy shit, and I can't help but walk up behind them and just walk past, just look at them and then stop and just... You have not got the body type for them clothes, have you? They don't look pleased about it. It's like, well, if I went around wearing stupid clothing, someone would say so. I'd expect them to. They should. So I'm doing her a service. I'm letting her know she looks fucking stupid. So you just do not have the body type for the outfit, do you? They look annoyed, but they pretty much never say anything back, because there's a little hint of shame in there. Well, the deport illegals out there. No. Think German women are ugly. No? But most Western Europeans aren't. In fact, I'd argue Western Europeans and Northern Europeans might be the best looking people on the planet, quite possibly. I really don't know where I'm supposed to go. This thing really doesn't indicate things well. Germans just put out uglier women for some reason. It was always a stereotype. They don't really look very dissimilar to the English, which figures because genetically there's not a lot of difference. You want the uglies, you want to go to places like, I don't know, Bulgaria or something. They seem to be like an ugly people. Albanians are ugly. Russians, a lot of the time. I like the Russians, but their women look fucking gross. I'm sure they're quite happy about that, because it means I'm not going to try stealing them away. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any keys or anything down here. Where am I supposed to go? Most women were uglier 50 years ago, so... Yeah, I think the women 50 years ago looked a damn sight better than the ones who are around now. They at least knew how to dress properly 50 years ago. Way too much skin on show now. I don't like it. Well, you know, call me old-fashioned, but I don't like it. I find it improper. I think it's gross. Greeks, yeah, they're not particularly attractive, the Greeks, are they? I mean, look at me. I mean, that's a far chunk of my genetics. I can't find anything down here. I really don't know what the fuck we're supposed to be doing. Well, it spawned this mister here. This is that mister we had earlier. Dear me. Where the fuck are we supposed to go from here, then? I mean, this is clearly at the top of the building. We can see the sky. Is there anything I can blow out in here? Doesn't look like it. I mean, that is on the ground floor. It's right back on floor 1. It does try to steer you though, but it's not an obvious angle. Well, I thought that was back on the farm floor somewhere. I had a Greek guy say they considered the blacks of Europe. Thought it was Albania, but maybe they show some. I don't know. I've heard that said about a few European people. Oh, there it is. Oh, wow, it went down quick. So where are we going and what are we doing? My eyes are tired. Okay, fucking now what? You know, this level was alright. Had this thing not soured me with the shit it did before. For all we know, there could be like... No, it is the end of the level. No, fuck the turrets, I'm out of here. All is well. Sent you a DM on Duke Maps, don't they, if you got it? Nah, I kind of logged out when the guy started fucking shilling for fucking Cloudflare and that. So you won't see me around there again. He basically just ignored me, so it's like, yeah, okay, I see I'm not welcome here, fuck yourself, I hope he gets run over or something. Don't know if you got it, ultimate wank shading map. I've seen enough wank shading. It's called Classic City if you ever want to look it up. I don't know if it runs in DOS. I might look it up someday, but if it don't run in DOS, then it's no good to me. Shit, man, I can't even... Somebody a while ago convinced me to run fucking Egypt for something, that fucking Void Point LLC bullshit, whatever. It doesn't even run on my PC. Like, it just throws error messages. So I don't fucking know. You know, why don't you use it? Because it doesn't even fucking work. And that Doom one, that just... You know, that Doom dude did. That just has the dodgy audio and shit. So yeah, chances are I'll never see it, unfortunately, unless somebody else plays it. Oh no, Nag Devon to play it. He might play it or something, then I'll see it, I guess. Oh no, it crashed again. Really? Jeez, I'm real surprised. Fuck's sake, man, the quality got worse, didn't it? You know, I don't think we'll be seeing this this mod again after today. Hey, I'm in the UK. Most of the web's inaccessible to me anyway. There are a lot of pages that just won't load in the UK because, say, like a site operator will own like 100 websites that are everything from probably illegal pornography through to like grandma's reading book club, and rather than have to administer it properly, he just goes, fuck, just mash block it from like the entirety of, like, you know, Western Europe or whatever, and then we avoid all the legal problems. And so you just, like, that's it. You just get a black page or like some notice come up when you go by. So there's not, and even then, what are you missing? Because most of the web's just bullshit now. Well, we'd have to warp anyway, won't we, to get where we're going. So what are we doing?
Those alien bastards are gonna pay for shooting up my ride.
No, it's 309 that we want. No. Yeah, sorry, Windows. Is it map I saw a video of? I don't know if it's recent. I feel like a parody. Oh god, is this thing started? Oh, dearie me. Oh dear. Are we corrupting hard drives now, are we? Oh boy. Well, I guess that's the end of that. I'm not risking that. If that's going to start happening, I'm not risking it. Well, that's where that journey ends. Felt like a parody of the concept. 85% of the map must be slanted shading. Probably. People really love that shit. No, 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 no. I don't want to do that. Most of the web now is either blocked or behind a paywall. Almost most of it's gone. I saw a speedrun for GTA 1 appear. Like, I didn't watch it, obviously. Speedrunning's fucking lousy. But there was a speedrun in my YouTube feed for GTA 1's first stage. And it took them, like, it was like, oh, it's like in 19 minutes or something. I'm like, really? Holy shit, people really don't know GTA 1. Like, I can get through the first stage in, like, single-figure minutes. Using something that was common knowledge back in the 90s. And I'm not going to tell you what it is. You might know how to do it. Because everybody back in the 90s knew, but nobody does now, apparently. It's the same as the fucking secret sewers in the first stage. Nobody knows they're there. Maybe, like, one of, like, 3 people on the planet who knows that they're there and how to get in them. Well, let's have a listen to these hard drives. They're quite loud in this thing. See if anything sounds untoward. Never watched a GTA speedrun. Yeah, well, I'm not going to watch it. I fucking hate speedrunning. I used to play that game a lot, but I never got progress. Oh, I beat it once, a long time ago. I couldn't fucking stand the thing then. And it only got worse, GTA, with every subsequent instalment. It's never my thing. I've got the big box right over there. I can see it from here. The original big box Grand Theft Auto. Right next to fucking Tomb Raider 1. I'm not sure which one of those two I'd rather be fucking stuck with. Was the cheats in GTA is known for the Game Shark? I don't remember the 90s that well. Well, it wasn't either of those. Like, this was... You could play the game legit. Like, the things to bear in mind here, like, again, I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but the only requirement to finish a level on GTA 1 is the score. The missions don't actually matter. It's the score. There's a certain score, and once you reach that score, the counter goes red, and you can exit the stage and go to the next level. Most things that you do in the game will give you points. You can just stand there and, like, kill people in the game, and it will give you points, and you could actually beat the level. It would take a long time doing it that way, but I mean, it's quite a broken game, so I mean, certainly there are situations where you can get a lot of points very quickly that maybe you're not supposed to, but you're not actually cheating. I mean, it's just the game mechanics are kind of shit and you don't really work that well. I just wander around the world, hijack cars, get cop chases going, die in the chaos, then repeat. Well, yeah, I think it's what most people did. So it's in the game, really. Never cared about any of the sequels. Well, I hate GTA 2. I think the best GTA game was GTA London. It was the only one I ever enjoyed, and it's actually one of my biggest gripes with GTA is that it's always in fucking America. Like, I don't have a problem with America, you know, I love America, but why do we need to keep doing Grand Theft fucking America? Like, why can't we do Grand Theft something else? Like, we did London, like, back in the GTA 1 days, had an expansion pack, GTA London. It was really fun, because it was different enough to the base game. It was like, this is cool. You know, we've got London, like, visuals, like English cars and English voices and shit that come on. I always found it funny how you could play as women in GTA 1, and nobody ever complained about when they took women out of GTA. Women can be criminals as well. And, you know, GTA London, that was fucking cool. And why can't we do that again? Why can't we put it in a different country? I'd love to see that. Pick, like, a real big country. Like, I always thought we should do Grand Theft Russia. You know, like, I would actually consider playing that. Like, do Grand Theft Auto and set it in Russia. Do Grand Theft Auto and set it in fucking Italy. Do Grand Theft Auto and set it in fucking France. Like, you know... Set in fucking Ireland or something. Why not? Yeah, go with Ireland. Nobody had expected Ireland. Grand Theft fucking Ireland. Grand Theft Liverpool. That's not a fucking country. I mean, it's part of England, but that'd be fun just for the fucking voice actors they'd have to get. Hey, don't be gonna back up Birkenhead starting trouble like. You get your head kicked in. Hey, you got to look hard like, you got to look hard. You're not hard. Grand Theft Germany. And then you can totally corporate it because you can get, like, you know, a partnership with the German car manufacturers. Yeah, well, anyway, screw that. It's going to keep crashing my machine. I'm getting, like, disk corruption going on. I don't want to deal with that shit at all. So that's not going to happen. What I'm going to do, though, is... was this in here? It was. Yeah, I can show you something real quick here. Let's Duke 3D. I discovered how to do a thing. I figured out that, so obviously we can see that this is MS-DOS. We're running this as an unmodified MS-DOS Duke Nukem 3D, and you can draw room over room, it turns out. It's very limited, but you can do it. All along this was possible. Where the fuck am I? Okay, so long as we know. This is a practice map I've been playing with. It's very ugly, don't mind the visuals. So when I walk up on there, those gas bottles are going to blow and an RPG will drop. So watch the RPG that drops. Is what you want to be putting your eyes on. Sploosh, and then it falls slowly. This is a completely unmodified build of the game. There's some rather nasty denizens in there, you know, these nasty octa bastards. Well, you know, I mean, if we're using the Billy Boy clear water trick, you can't really draw those from up here if they're in an underwater sector, so that must be fake or something. Yeah, do you think? Now, that is actual, real clear water. That is real translucent water. Drawing one sector on top of another. Yeah, well, you know, it's... people use trickery to do this for years, and they've never actually been able to draw one sector on top of another. And I have a mirror here, you know, again, just to prove it. It's a rather improbable mirror, because that mirror actually has a cut into the wall, extending into the space above the mirror. But that's just so you can actually see some of the weird things it does. Look at that. And the duplicate Duke Nukem that I'm stood on is actually proof that this is two separate sectors, because he is the below water Duke that you would see in multiplayer. So if you had another player underneath the water... Yeah, I can have a mirror in the same room. That's a mirror right there, and that's looking into both the above and below water sectors. Like, I'm standing on the above water sector. But you see, Duke gets duplicated. Because if you're in multiplayer and you had another player below the water, he wants to see the feet of the player who's on top of the water. So what it does is it gets my relative position to the SE7, which is in that corner, and it places another Duke sprite at the same relative position to the one that's under the water, so that any player down there can see my feet and shoot at me. And so that's where you can actually see two Duke Nukems walking around. You can actually bump into them a little bit. And obviously we have the Octobrains, which prove that, well, wait a second, I have a shopping cart there. So I can go and kill the shopping cart. Oh, dearie me. I can throw pipe bombs down there and actually see the... dearie me. As this was possible all along, this could be done. It's not even that hard to do. It has some slight problems though. Like, if I stand in just the right spot, I'll get down warped. You know, the smart thing to do would be to explode them, because then we'll get to see all the jibs, like, actually come up out of the water, won't it? Yes, there you go. So that is real translucent water, but you wouldn't be able to extend out like underneath the slurps or anything. You wouldn't be able to put geometry under there. Wouldn't be possible. So it does have its limits. It's quite there are limits to what it can do. If that was a white wall, you'd be able to do it. Just like if it was the same sector. Would have blown minds 20 years. Yeah, and it kind of sucks because I don't need it, because obviously my development is going to NI2. This is just a practice map that's vanilla. NI2, I don't need this because I have my own raw system that will do this a lot quicker for me, but in theory this would perform faster because it's a single rendering pass. There's only one rendering pass. I mean, it's chunking a bit, but this is rendering at XGA resolution on a machine that's nearly 30 years old. And it uses half as many sprites as the Billy Boy method. There are less sprites because the above water and below water, obviously the water surface is made out of sprites like the Billy Boy method, but they're the same sprites, so you don't need half as many. Occasionally you can't submerge, it's a little bit strange. I think it's because I'm stood on him. If I jump, he'll disappear, and then I'll probably, yeah, there you go. A second. Try and get through the water. Yeah. So no trick, well, obviously it is a trick, but I'm not blagging, it is genuinely translucent water. And obviously this area above the mirror, I can walk in here. You might see, yeah, a little flash, but it's not teleporting me, it's just the engine struggling to figure out which sector I'm stood in. I noticed this was an accidental discovery, and in fact I'm going to probably give away a bit of a secret by going over here, but where would that be, actually? Wouldn't that be... not... oh, fuck, I can't remember the layout. I'm going to give away what I've been doing here, but I don't mind. Yeah, I discovered it by accident in this room, because this is traditional Billy Boy clear water. And obviously there's this island in the middle, and I'm not sure about that, because, you know, we'll be looking into a sector that can see the above water sector when we're below water, and realise that these fucking water sprites up there that I hadn't set one-sided on were duplicating. Like, I could see double, like, in places. That, like, well, wait a minute, you know, given that you can, you know, I think you have done the Billy Boy clear water yourself, and so you know it's like a parallax floor and a parallax sky, and we do know that, well, we can actually overlap sectors doing that, you know, I've done that before. And it's like, wait a minute, yeah, so of course that's totally possible. You just need to force the engine to draw the other sector somehow. So what there are, I will be able to catch it, is, you know, I got down warped, and you can see there's holes, which I'm not going to patch those up on this. Yeah, you don't need to make the floor or ceiling out of sprites either with this method. There's that little hole there, and that is what's doing it. If I get those out of view, then my floor will disappear, because now I'm not drawing the below water sector. And so they're non-adjacent joins, and so they always have to be in view or it won't draw properly. And so it's a little bit difficult, because if you stand in those, weird things can happen. So there's a little bit of refinement, but actually, like the look of this, I think this map is fucking ghastly to look at. No effort's been put in the visuals at all. I really don't care about the visuals on this, it's just a practice map. Lame Duke vibes, I don't know. But it's served its purpose, and there's one area left to build, and it won't get a full public release. It will get posted, like, I'll post it in a couple of Discord groups, and I'll probably post it on my build page or something. But it's not going to get a full public release. I've got various reasons for not wanting to do that. Yeah, real translucent water in unmodified DOS. It's a shame, somebody has to have found it before, because it's... I'll be very surprised if somebody hasn't found it and it's just not known about, it's been forgotten. Oh yeah, I'll probably cover it in a mapping to do episode when I have the time to work on one. This machine seems stable for now. Not this one, the Presler. Has been stable for now. But of course I was taking it with music on it, and then I had the whole fucking moving everything for the electrical inspection, and of course I've always got shit that I gotta get caught up with. I guess I'll play some Solitaire. But yeah, I think there's like old maps in here, so I need to go through these, because I might still have that Polish map that I was on about with the hotel. But if it's in there, then we'll have a look at it someday and see if like that FM3X one actually plagiarised it or not. I don't think it did, I think it was just a coincidence. But yeah, I don't think I can continue Fernando's map pack at this point. Yeah, fucking web trends, man. I feel sick every time I see those thumbnails with the oversaturation and the orange and blue like hue that they have, piss-stained concrete look about them. Really ugly stuff. Yeah, Fernando's thing there is too many stability issues. There's no way I'm going to be able to continue that, I don't think. I think it's outstayed its welcome. We went farther than we probably should have done. And it's, yeah, I don't know. I have no gripes with the guy at all. I don't even know the guy. And I respect that he made it run on DOS, because not a lot of people do that anymore. Too many switch hunts. Well, I'll have to start moving cards. It's probably not the right move to make, but actually, maybe. It went well. Pure luck. Solitaire is rigged. I will write a thesis on this someday. Just like I'm going to write a thesis about finding aliens in the universe. You see, I have had time to think about this, and I think everybody's going all wrong about the search for alien life. Space probes. If I ever get left in charge of a space program, I will prohibit space probes. I don't think you should use them. I think space probes asking for trouble. Because if aliens intercept a space probe, it will tell them everything about humanity. They'll find all this shitty 1970s technology. They'll be like, what, these people still use electricity? Let's go and enslave all of them. And that would suck. And so, don't want to do that. The space probes can break down as well. They have a power source and microprocessors and shit. That might not last. I mean, it might take billions of years to reach the other side of space. And it's, well, how do you defeat that problem? Well, you know it will last billions of years. Well, there is something, and there's something that, you know, we put a gold record and this writing that the aliens might, yeah, well, they might not understand it anyway. They might think that's like a war thing, who knows? But I tell you what, like, if I came over to Europe, right, and I didn't speak a word of whatever language for the country I was in, but if I pick a rock up and throw it at people, they know what that means. You know, they know full well what that means. Rocks can last billions of years, no problem. It's not difficult for a rock. Throw rocks, just throw rocks into space. And it'd be obvious somebody had sent the rock, and you'd probably be able to figure out where it come from. But it doesn't tell them what technology we have, other than that we can throw rocks. That's all they know. And they'd be like, well, it probably came from that little blue planet in that shitty little star system over there. We don't know anything about the people who sent it, and they're confident enough to throw it, so they're obviously not afraid of us. They maybe know we're here. Maybe we send them a gift basket. You know, like they'll send some nice thing back. And it'd be hilarious, because it'd be all these scientists who spent their whole lives, and I mean no disrespect to these people actually, but you know, they spent their whole lives like building all these precision instruments. And it'll never work. He's just wasting his time. And it'd be the first thing that actually establishes alien contact is like, ugh, chuck, big rock. Instinctually, more and more people would treat like the reactive TV getting popular than commercial. Screens will still be present in most places, but people learn to log off. Yeah, I don't bother much. And that's I'm retiring from YouTube in just over a year, so you know, we should have to look towards our own sustainability and destruction. Aliens don't even have to bother with us. We're well, pretty much. But, yeah, throw rocks. That's my solution. Ugchuk rock. Ugchuk many rock. Ugchuk big rock. The aliens will understand that it is a dirt fuck with us. They won't know what technology we have, so they wouldn't know how to retaliate. They're probably too scarred to retaliate. And I think that would be the way you do it. That would be how I would do it. And then if I wanted to start like looking at planets, I think because I found something out. I discovered something like actually that I found quite interesting about space. Is I was like, I think we're looking in the wrong places for them. Because, you know, it was something in a story I wrote, and it wasn't an alien who did this in the story, but I was writing a story, and there was a guy in it, you know, who was meant to be like this super genius guy, and he figured that when the sun starts like swelling up and it's going to engulf the planet, that if humanity is sufficiently advanced by then, they might be quite sentimental about the Earth and not want it to get swallowed up by the sun. And so they devised a way of slowly knocking the Earth out of orbit and getting it, like, you know, to drift off into space, where it would go cold, obviously, but it wouldn't get engulfed by the sun. You'd be able to park it somewhere else and preserve the existence of the planet, like, pretty much indefinitely. And it figured, well, you know, you could do this, and I'm like, well, actually, there's a thought. If an alien civilization was really, really old, like they'd been here for a real long time, like since the universe could fast support complex life, they were like the first ones to the party, then they would probably think in long times like that. They would probably think way ahead of like, hey, you know, we want our civilization to survive in some way, like our species has to survive. And they might be quite attached to the planet they came from. Well, that's our first planet, that's where we came from, you know, we don't want that to, the stars burning out, the stars about fucked, because they're really old civilization, they've been here long enough for their star to die. And so what if they knocked their planet out of orbit with it? They're like, well, we'll send it over there, and we'll park it in orbit around a new star, or we'll just move it to some other place where it'll be a useful planet, you know, we can use it for something, because they might have populated many planets. Well, so we do know there are rogue planets with no stars, and I think those might be a good place to look, because there probably wouldn't be anything living on them, but you might find that there had been. You know, you might find just dormant cities, you might find robots that they left behind to like, you know, keep things in check, like keep some nuclear reactors ticking over or something until it's parked where they're moving. It might take billions of years to move, but a really old civilization might think in those sort of terms, like, well, you know, it'll be like 500 generations before anyone sets foot on it again, but we get to save our planet from being destroyed by its star. And so the planet would still exist. It would be very cold and dark while it's travelling. You know, it would be uninhabitable, but they might do that. And that's the interesting thing I found, because I was like, okay, well, what do we actually know about rogue planets? Well, most of them are Earth-sized, it turns out. So, well, that's curious. That's really curious, because what if it turned out, you know, we figured, well, Earth-like planets would be the most likely to like, be able to harbour life. And it's like, well, that's really interesting, because it looks like most of those are Earth-sized, apparently. So it makes you wonder then, like, maybe aliens are moving those around. Maybe some of them it's not, oh, we're saving our original planet. Maybe it's just, we'll build our own planetary system. Let's take that one and put it over there, and we can use that as, like... I think we should be trying to study those more. Think of all the analogue porn we broadcast deep space since the 70s. Yeah, but I don't think the signals will last that far, really. They'll get attenuated too quickly. Space is full of radiation. Good bug is a dead bug. Yeah, well, I got spiders, I don't have to worry about bugs. And their ability to throw things with precision was key to how we evolved it. Yes, you see, exactly. Exactly. So it'd send the aliens, like, you know, into panic. Because you throw a rock, you know, that implies you might be able to throw a moon, because they don't know what technology you used to do it. And let's face it, if you throw a moon at somebody, you don't even have to hit them. In fact, hitting them would probably been generous. Whereas if you just throw a fucking moon past somebody's planet, you're probably going to wipe them out. Especially if it's got like oceans on it, which if there's life there probably is. Because it'll just cause fucking like tsunamis, you know, there'll be fucking earthquakes and massive waves and they'll all just be dying en masse. As you throw a rock, you know, it's like, hey, I could throw a moon. I could do it. And they'll be like, well, we don't know anything about these people who are throwing this rock. Let's just send them some nice stuff and hope they leave us alone. Those scientists, they'd be so jealous if it worked. They'd be furious. I just picture them tearing it. I spent 70 years, like, I picture your typical sort of movie crazy scientist with his like white hair. And I spent 70 years of my career trying to find the alien life forms, only to have it swept away from me at the last moment by some crazy balding fool who was throwing rocks at everybody. And there'd just be me there with, like, you know, my fucking caveman clothes and a wooden club. Ugh, throw a rock. Ugh, big. Ugh, strong. This Solitaire game's unwinnable. Let's go. Let's deal with Deck again. Fucking Solitaire, man. The thing that gets me, though, when you say about broadcast analog signals is, like, if you broadcast television into space, like, you know, which the signals will leak into space somewhat, but say you deliberately just beamed really strong, like analog TV into space, and you started going into space, then, I mean, you can watch the TV, but you start accelerating, and eventually the picture would go because, you know, the waves propagating out at light speed, and they're relative to you, the waveform's going to get, like, you know, depends which way you're going, but it's the waveform's going to stretch out because you're moving away from it. The waveform in front of you is going to bunch up, but I guess if you made it to double light speed, you know, and you'd been around long enough that the signal had gone a long way out, for as far as that signal had gone, at that point it would come back, and you would see the picture moving backwards. With the way analog TV works, I guess the colour burst wouldn't be valid or anything, so it'd be in monochrome and probably wouldn't sync quite right, but you would see TV running backwards. Probably better doing it with AM radio broadcasts. But if you fiddled with the radio as you were accelerating, if you could fiddle with the dial the whole way, you would actually hear it like slow down and speed up and shit, depending which way you were going. Which is a weird thought. At least I assume so, because I mean, light does that. Because that's how you determine whether something's moving towards or away, is like through the red or blue shift, which is the best way I can describe it. It's almost like the Doppler effect with sound, I guess. And light does the same thing, as far as we can tell. Of course, I don't think anybody's going to fund my space exploration at all, but it would be good if they did. Yeah, it would be crazy if it worked. Some crazy man going around saying, "Ugh, Chuck, big rock. Ugh, Chuck, many rock. Ugh, big. Ugh, strong." That music we sent on that gold record, I don't even think that was good music. Like, from what I remember, I seem to remember looking at it and be like, man, that's garbage. Like, that would be enough, I think, to get us wiped out by the aliens, the sort of shit they sent up there. I don't think aliens would be likely to wipe us out. I mean, they might. I mean, I obviously don't know. But they might. Do you have any plans to put more advanced mapping? I want to do more videos, and I'm going to. Mapping to boot will return. Before it does, I was thinking of doing like a spin-off, which is like simpler things, like how to make spiral staircases in build and stuff like that. Because a lot of people don't really seem to have a good grasp on it, and they're actually really easy. Like once you figure out, like, yeah, they're not actually hard to do. They seem intimidating. There's quite a lot of things really with it seem quite intimidating until you figure out, yeah, they're actually quite easy. You can make them very, very quickly and very effectively. Yeah, the Ian's fast learning about it because we are backward playing porn would get so many wrong ideas. It'd be like that Red Dwarf episode, backwards. Like, I don't think anyone tried screwing in that, did they? I know they had at least a problem that was similar, where Lister ended up like banging his alternate universe self that was female, and it got him pregnant because that was how it worked in their universe. I always wondered about that, you know, if you screwed yourself from, like, you know, if you cloned yourself or it was like an alternate dimension, would that be incest or would it just be masturbation? Like, you know, like from like a legal standpoint, asking for a friend, but like the thought is quite disgusting, I have to be honest. Spiral Stalker is also a good basic way to get more familiar with sector manipulation. Yeah, and like I said, they're actually, you know, as I'm sure you know yourself, they're not actually hard to do once you figure out the pattern for them. Like, you just charm them out, like, as long as you want, like, in an instant. It's not hard to do, like, at all. Oh, man, have I got myself in another unwinnable Solitaire game? I'm not going to press on with this all night. Especially not as I still haven't replaced this fucking sound card and it's sat there screeching in my ear. I really do need to fix it. Okay, do I have a black 10? I'd be able to move that 9. I have a red 10, so I could place that other jack and move that 9. There we go. That's all I can think to do. Okay, that wasn't a terrible move, apparently. Let's get rid of that. Ah, you fucking hurt when that happens. That's okay, because and I'll be able to get that one. Not ideal, but what can you do when these are the cards you were dealt? The whole space thing and that, though, I mean, I probably wouldn't be welcome in those cycles now, because yeah, I have some views on that I think are probably not all that popular these days. You know, I don't go in for a lot of what they say, a lot of their assertions. I mean, nowadays, you know, it's things like quantum mechanics. I don't believe for a second. I think that's bogus, and I think in years to come, I think it'll come out that that was a massive scam. It was like those guys in the 80s where they submitted like scientific papers and just tried to make them so confusing that nobody would be able to understand them, and so they just let it through by default. And they got away with it. They actually got their papers published and everything. Peer-reviewed papers, like, oh no, that's totally legit, because nobody could understand what the fuck they were saying. They just, well, they must be right. They're obviously smarter than we are. And that's what I think that shit is. And I think I think it'll come out in years to come that that's what they did. That somebody just, like, bullshitted. There might be some grain of truth in it somewhere. There probably is. You'd think there would have to be for them to be able to actually get it through. But yeah, I don't buy into it at all. I think that's completely rubbish. Especially as just about every sort of experiment that's been done with it just leads to nothing. Just like, oh, this is impractical to do. It's like, yeah, it's almost like the universe doesn't actually work that way. And that somebody, like, you know, Just fucking bullshitted you to make you think it did. I guess I'm a tier above those people who think the planet is flat. I mean, there's plenty of them out there. Of course, I mean, you know, I'd be screwed if it turned out they were right, wouldn't I? Because then I'd feel like a moron. But I think it is. I've seen enough that suggests to me that it's round. Like, to me, it seems to be spherical. Like, if you stand on a tall cliff and look out at the sea, you can see the curvature. Who knows? Maybe it's just an optical illusion. But I do think it's round. I do think it's a globe. Like I said, the evidence I see suggests to me that it's a globe that I'm stood on. But I don't see any evidence pointing towards quantum mechanics. So therefore I have to think quantum mechanics is bogus. Moving that don't help me, or it's that I need. I need a red 9. I got one. Okay. Well, I guess we won this game of Solitaire. I'll probably do one more and then fuck off to bed. You know, I just like to rub the game's face in it. Alright, yeah, those are all still in there. Right, so I'll start putting those down. All gone. Oh no, not quite. There we go. Now it's all gone. The mighty 450 MHz Pentium II, and you're wasting it to play a fucking card game. Yeah, shame about FM3X, you know, it was, FM2X showed a lot of promise, and the final map in there, actually, when we went back to play it, was really good. I actually thought that map was good. And again, the opening maps for FM3X were pretty damn good, but it just started devolving like the second episode did in a fucking switch hunt. And got crashy. And 3 crashes is kind of the limit. Especially when it starts throwing up, you know, hints it might be corrupting my hard drive. It's not great. Level of language can be used for precision, but also as manipulation tool to fluff mundanities, or the contrary, make actual observable problems feel not crucial. Well, yeah. You know, here's the thing, completely unrelated, but I've just noticed I've got shit out on my desk, and this is a constant annoyance to me. It's in electronics, right? You have LEDs and you have red. That's red, apparently. Would you call that red? That's what red LEDs look like now, and this is actually unusually red for an LED produced today. I don't call that red. I'd call that like a dark orange. And in fact, one of the local suppliers, they call it Amber 2. They refuse to call them red, even though the manufacturer does. Red LEDs are becoming increasingly yellow. Because the old ones were like 650 nanometer or thereabouts, and then they made like super red, which were like 660, so like super red. You know, if you looked at them through a camera, you got like a purpley glow, because they output a little bit of infrared. They were so red. And I actually have one here. This is a 1970s Hewlett-Packard LED. It's not very bright. It's an old 70s LED, and it takes quite a bit of current to drive the thing compared to a new one. But that one, that's red. That's what they used to look like. That will be about 650 nanometers, because you're not seeing the purple glow. And they look almost bloody to the eye. They have a slight shimmer to them. And to me, those are red. Nowadays, the red is getting ever shorter wavelengths, and it's going. It went to sort of 640, 635, 625. I've seen them down at 615, which practically is orange. And it's a hideous colour. Like, I almost hate them as much as I hate the modern blue LEDs, which have the opposite problem, that they became pure blue. Like, old blue LEDs were not pure blue, they were like a gas flame blue. Like, you know, the gas stove, you have the blue at the bottom of the flame. They were like that colour. A lot of the 90s ones would cost a lot of money, and early 2000. Then around the mid-2000s we got the cheap, pure blue ones that everybody hates, and so they use them on absolutely fucking everything, which makes no sense because they cost more than the other colours. And all of them have the problem that they're over bright, because I always want to use them to illuminate something. Like a lot of the time when I want to use an LED, it's as an indicator lamp, because it's going to be on all the time that the device is on, or for a good proportion of that time to indicate that the device is on or that it's doing something. And you know, I don't want it to light the fucking room up because it's going to distract me. I just want a dim little glare to let me know this function is on, or this device is on, or it's in standby, or an error has been detected. And yeah, so that's why I have like thousands of really old LEDs. I've got some of the old axial ones somewhere where they were like square and had like a gold lead sticking out the sides. And I've got some TO92 ones that are transistor shaped as well. I don't use those in anything because I've only got like 2 or 3 of them. And they're ever so dim. They're some of the fast LEDs made. Looks orange to me, yeah. Some must have licensed the original palette. It sure seems so. It's like they forgot how to make them. It's really weird. Blu-ray D tool, a lot of R&D to figure out, and most often barred out after a short period of time. Well, these new ones that are over bright get dim fast. They sure do dim quickly. And they look worse if you drive them at a low current to make them dim. Like that red LED, this orange, that's apparently red. If I lower the current on it, it'll get more orange. Which is weird because the old reds from like the 80s and that, if you drove them harder they started going orange, and that's actually what the yellow LEDs at the time were, just red ones that were driven hard enough to go bloody orange. If you drove them really hard they went green, and it was a very sickly yellowy green. It was kind of gross, but that was how they used to work. There's a different derping in them now, evidently. I have one blue LED from the 70s, and I want to find more of them, and I know I'll never find more of them because I think it was a specialist part and the yields had to have been terrible on them. It's a Japanese made thing, and it looks nothing like the modern blue. I've never seen anything like it, and it's so beautiful. It's so fucking beautiful, but it's in a metal tube because it gets so hot, and I think it's probably a very early green LED, like as in the overdriven amber LED type, and it's been driven even harder to the point that it will output blue, but it is almost cyan, but it's not a harsh cyan. It's like a tropical sea blue. It's not very bright. It's really dim, and it takes a fuck ton of current. In fact, I'm quite sure you could have got a grain bulb and painted it that colour, and it would have used less power than this one LED does. You know, the metal brass tube is there to heat sink it to the chassis. But it's such a beautiful colour. If I could find myself a bag of those, like, it's just such a nice thing to look at. Every now and then it's in an amplifier that I've got, and every now and then I will just turn it to that mode just to look at it for a few seconds. Like, well, why can't we make this? Because it's really pleasant. It shows you can make a nice blue LED. You know, we could do it in the 70s, so why can't we do it now? I swear the whole world's forgot how to make things. I'm sick of buying shit that's basically made out of the packaging materials. You know, nowadays, you know, everything feels like it's made out of vacuum packaging instead of being the actual product that you're paid for. It's infuriating. Yeah, let's try and get a black 9 out and shift one of these. Black. You see, now I'm thinking of black women again. That's going to set my brain up for the night. I'm probably going to have good dreams. There is a Nigerian lady I know. She's quite attractive, actually. Anyways, yeah, Solitaire. Are we having a Thunderbird moment again, I guess? As in the lady from Larry 6, that kind of melted my brain in a similar way. Ah, God, I fucking hate Solitaire, man. I'm determined I'll win one more game of this before I go to bed. Moving that out I think's going to help me. I need a black 7. thought I had a red 9 out. This fucking sound card squeal. I don't need these on. There's no sound in Solitaire. Yeah, put that down. Just put down whatever you can. You might as well just go for it at this point, right? I mean, I could have moved that, but it would make no difference moving that. Well, actually, leave your options open. Will that do us any good? I can't imagine it will. Yeah, there's no point, because you don't need to leave that open, because the other one's out. It's amazing what tiredness will do for you. No, we can't put in. My brain keeps thinking this through backwards. Are we starting on custom Duke 3D build? I've been working on it for a while, but I've not had time because I've had too much shit going on. So that practice map that I was showing was me practicing to go back to work on Duke 3D stuff. But I mean, it'll probably take at least a year before I can actually get anything finished. I don't work quickly, and I do still generally have a lot of shit to do. The majority of my free time is when I do these streams on Thursdays, and you might notice I quite often miss them, so I don't have a lot of free time, and I got a long list of shit I need to do. But we will get back onto it. Yeah, I might as well put that down, because the other one's out, so you're going to gain nothing by keeping that in. Yeah, I think this one's winnable. I think we'll have to redeal. I mean, we'll keep going for as long as we can with it, because you never know. But I think we're just going to get stalled at the same place that we were. We don't have any other low numbers. If I have that 6 out, I think that's going to help us. Either I'd like to get that clear, or get that clear, but you've got no shot with that. We don't have the ace for those. Yeah, I'll just build any stack we can build at this point. I mean, I can move the 4. You see, we're right back where we started. It's a bad draw. I call for sure. I can barely keep up to. Just put my first Duke 3D mod in 18 years a few weeks ago. Can't believe it's been that high. I worked on a handful of stuff in between. Yeah, and I've not touched the editor since I finished NI1, hence the practice map, because it's been so long. It doesn't take me long to figure it out again. You know, once you've done it a bit, you kind of, I think it just becomes ingrained. It's like riding a bicycle. Maybe a little bit more difficult than riding a bicycle. Can we go anywhere from here? I mean, we're building out of this. Isn't how you want to do Solitaire at all, but I mean, what else can we do? If I have a 5, I can place that and I can get rid of this, but I don't think it's going to do us any good. I don't remember seeing a 5 for that. Anyway, oh, we do. That will be placeable, but the card under here had better be damn good. No, we're just back where we started. Not a good draw. Not a good draw. Well, we fought valiantly, but it was all for naught. What was that? Yeah, it's no use to me. Well, fucking let's go again. Fucking, this game's fucking fixed, man, I'm telling you. I got the Shadow Warrior thing I did at some point as well. I want to add mod support, because I did the Shadow Warrior thing. I added MIDI support to DOS, and that has had a surprising amount of downloads. I don't know who the fuck's downloading that, but somebody's playing it somewhere, for certain, which is sure is curious. So obviously I don't have a problem with this. Yeah, it's gonna get like mod script support, like to where you can define custom episodes and custom MIDI playlists and stuff. That's something I want to do with it. At the moment, you know, it supports Twin Dragon and Wanton Destruction, but and I managed to get my hands on Deadly Kiss. It's not actually that hard to find, and so well, that's going to be if I ever have time, but obviously Duke Nukem is the priority, so it would have to be after any new invasion shit. But if I ever do find myself with the time, I'd sure love to try and finish Deadly Kiss myself. You know, it would be quite funny to do. Might at least frighten the Crayola clowns into thinking about getting off their asses instead of just using it for internet points. Because if somebody else starts doing it, you know, they might actually try and rush out whatever they've got. God, you really can't rely on those people to fucking do anything, man. I mean, it says me that delays for yours, but I mean, I think with me the expectation's lower. I'm not trying to present myself as a professional entity. They are. So there's a different expectation there. Because I mean, we've established with, like, when I play Duke levels that I'm a bit more lenient on things that weren't presented as a professional thing versus something that is. You know, if something comes along and it's like, oh, this is the real deal, you know, this was made by an established company or whatever, it's, well, and I expect that level of quality. If it's, hey, this is my first map, I've never made one before, it's like, geez, you know, this thing kind of sucks, but, well, the guy's trying, let's see where he goes. If that FM3X that we were playing had been a commercial add-on, I would not have tolerated that for as long as I did. That's for certain. Like, if that had been a commercial thing, I'd have chucked it in the trash like a long time ago. And the only reason I didn't is because it's just one guy working on it, where it's like, well, yeah, okay, you know, we can let some of the crappiness slide, because it is just some dude trying his best, you know, maybe quite misguided. Professional. Well, that's what I mean with Deadly Kiss, is they only seem to dig it out when they need some, like, you know, when they, like, say, oh, we've got this thing coming up, you know, we're releasing an Iron Fury expansion. Well, shit, it sure as shit came out then. Any other time anyone asks so much as asks a question about it, they get shot down very quickly. Yeah, that tells me what you're using it for. But again, I make a point of always bringing this up, and I will always make a point to bring this up, that let's not forget that those people preferred handing the Duke Nukem prototypes over to Randy Pitchford rather than the player base, so that kind of tells you where their priorities lie. And I'm sure someone would argue legal this, legal that. It's like, yeah, if you leaked it, it would kind of be impossible to prove who did it. A lot of people would have walked past those machines in Interceptor, and the data existed for years before that. Really, it would have been very easy to do, and you know, you just didn't. But got off their ass quickly to give it to Randy Pitchford. So it tells you a lot. And some screenshots from the original website. Phantom Fury situation in relation to Avdo was messed up regarding... I don't know about that shit. I don't keep up with them anymore. I really don't care. It's not like I go on their website. I'm not allowed in their Discord. You know, I don't even think I'm allowed on the website, actually. I'm not sure on that. I'd have to check, and I don't want to. I've got no need to go there. Is that fucking site even load at this point? I mean, I've got a mirror of the InfoSuite now, because I got sick of their fucking page not working. So, you know, that's utterly fucking pathetic, right? My web server is like 30 fucking years old, right? My web server is a P6 running at 400 megahertz. Has 64 megabytes of RAM. Which is actually quite a lot for the time it was a relevant thing. And it can sit there and just serve things at gigabit speed like it's absolutely nothing. And the only reason you don't get gigabit speed is because I won't pay the racket for tier 1 to unthrottle it. And my ISP isn't to blame there. My ISP are annoyed as I am about it, and there's nothing they can do. They're like, you would have to deal with that yourself. And Fury devs never knew until, well, you know, whatever. Always be careful with the people you associate with. You associate with crappy people and crappy things will happen. It's kind of a funny thing, isn't it, that crappy people always tend to end up being around other crappy people. It's like they're drawn to each other and they do really crappy things to each other. It's quite funny, really. I can move that because I know we've got another red king. There. So we might as well have it because the other one's out, so we're not going to need it. Yeah, it's the things you can always guarantee about shitty people, that they will breed and that they will find other crappy fucking people. It's a guarantee. It's one of the few things that's certain in this world. You know, I write a list. I write lists about things to talk about when I do these, and I don't think I spoke about a single one to the car. I'll save it for when I'm fucking... like, recording or something. I'm going to record, I might do, like, try some Dark Forces expansions, like, for pre-recorded shit next. Because I want to do Clock Tower, obviously, like the PS1 Clock Towers, but I think I need something a bit more violent before we go in another point-and-click game. Cool about mod... Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I agree. Congratulations on releasing it. Ditched Discord a while ago. I don't use it very often, man. It's, you know, and I definitely ain't lately, because I've just had major financial fucking problems, which, you know, I've always had to dig myself out of, which is fine, you know. It's just life. It doesn't upset me any. But, yeah. In fact, my problem with that was more that I owe somebody else money, and I don't like being late on it. Yeah, we can put these cards out because the other ones for them are already out. So you might as well build these stacks because, I mean, like the other red 8's out. So you're not going to find another red 8 anywhere. So you might as well just dump it. Same for the 7. The other one's out. So you don't need to leave that open for placing it later. It's not necessary. And you can build up the aces and probably should, in fact, in case we need to dump cards in there to make up space for things. So yeah, we want that black 7 on there. It's like a replay of the last one, only this time it worked. Yeah, there you go. So we basically just won the game at this point, I think. I will have a look on this machine though when I've got time and see if I can find that Polsky Hotel map that I kept mentioning when we were doing FM3X, because it probably does exist on this machine. And if it does, I might have deleted it though, because it was like trash, and so I might have been, fuck this, and just, I'll have my disk space back. But yeah, I think that's probably about where we're going to stop for today. Hey, that made my screen shrink. Duke R&B in 2. Crappy people are a downward spiral, heartbreaking sometimes to have to let go of people in your life. No, not really, I don't give a fuck about people. Teamed up with the guy working on Duke Caribbean 2. Oh no! I've been looking forward to Telly's mod 2, looks promising. Use atomics, so hopefully can run yours. Yeah, it should work on any port, no worries. Well, anyways, that's where I'm leaving this one. I'd say it was fun, but I kind of wish I'd played something else. I went in with high hopes there. Oops. I went in with high hopes. I was like, fuck, you know, that got to a rocky start, you know, again. FM3X was rough, but there was that potential there. FM2X was on an upward slope, was getting better. FM3X, it just nosedives down again. And it's unstable, keeps crashing. So I don't think we're going to find out any more about it. I think that's as far as we'll go. You know, No gripes with the guy who made it at all. I'm sure he's a real nice guy. I don't know anything about him. But his levels suck. Yeah, thanks for dropping by. I guess I'll see everyone around at some point, but I'm going to go to fucking sleep now. I'm knackered, and I've got shit to do tomorrow. Oh, where's the buttons? I still haven't set the fucking... Yeah, I'll try and have a look at this mod at some point. If it needs the ports, I won't be able to play it, unfortunately. Can't run the Windows ports. I still need to make a proper end screen for these bloody streams instead of this one. I'll hastily slap different text on this one at some point. But yeah, that's definitely it. Ta-ta.